Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to be doing a little live stream day after Christmas Day. I guess, what is this, Boxing Day or something? I'm not even sure. And I'm working on a bunch of things, so let me sort of get set up. One of the things that I did was I was in the middle of making my espresso before streaming, so I just kind of put it on that bumper and finished making that up. So let's see. I always like to pop out chat so that I can see it more easily. Oh, Queensfoot, thank you so much. That's super nice. I hope people like my Christmas presents. I feel like Console LA might actually work in the sense of not having any crazy problems with it or anything like that. That is my hope, certainly. And I think it is very possible that I'll get away with that not going horribly wrong in some way. And that is good. So what I've been doing this morning is this little thing here is called Into the Matrix. And this is a program that I wrote for the purpose of doing reverb algorithms, and I've been working on it. In particular, one thing that I've done is, I'm glad that, I have a hard time telling sometimes. People have such different tastes in sound. And I really feel like with Console LA, what I ended up doing was pushing the brightness and energy levels of it so hard that it arguably got too extreme, so I'm going to have to revisit that mix. That's also something I could do today, but I might not. Gotta make some time for just chilling out, and this is like the between Christmas and New Year's is a pretty good time for just sort of taking a breath and getting ready for the upcoming year. And I'm pretty excited. Like the stuff I'm showing you here, see how this says, 200 or whatever. It's got these little controls. It's got these other things that weren't showing before. I've been doing everything that I could to make the program run faster. Watch this little area that says chance of doing better. And if I do the search tree, you'll see this is just flying. But you might not see anything being drawn on the screen, and nor do I, honestly. Maybe we haven't actually got an initial thing. That, or I have more debugging to do. I wasn't really working on this one as much as I was working on Search 5. As you can see, this is things for a householder matrix that's 3 by 3. And if I hit Halt 3, it'll show a picture sort of in stereo of ways in which that can distribute audio. So that does look a little odd. If I go to Search 4, you start seeing it a little bit more, and it's still going like those numbers that are counting down over here, and also the seats thing is adjusting with each try. That was going about 10 times a second. This is now quite a bit faster than that. Hey, Music Anywhere. Yeah, console MD is for if you want it sort of chill and you don't want as extreme of an effect. It's a little more bland. I still think console MC has its points, but it is not, currently anyhow, designed to do what I'm doing with LA, which is that subtype stuff that was giving me problems is now a add and subtract behavior. And I'm going to be looking into trying it with the opposite, which would be tending to sort of lift the highs and cut the lows going into the mixed bus algorithms. And then on the other extreme, on the bus, cutting highs and boosting lows, and that might start giving me really old school sounds like Beatles and old Pink Floyd and stuff. And that would be exciting because although I can't play any of it on streams or on videos, I do have lots of Beatles reference on vinyl. I picked up as good as I could get of really old Beatles records. And although I used to have even better, there was a time when I had a Parlophone mono Beatles Revolver record. And that was astonishing in a number of ways. One of them was it wasn't quite mono. There were elements of it that were a little tiny bit offset, but it was mostly mono, and I think that was actually real. I think what ended up happening was they worked on the mono stuff, but there came a point when they were mixing it down and mastering it on stereo equipment because it had more headroom. I don't remember exactly where I ran across that information, but that's my understanding. And the what that means is they would do mono by mixing it that way, but there was the capacity to take like a castanet or something and just set it a little over to the side, making it a more interesting picture while still being largely mono and having all the depth that you'd want. And I remember hearing that on that old Revolver, which I think was also one of the ones, it had the UK track lineup. So it had, I think that's where you'd find like Dr. Robert, which is an amazing song. I don't have that anymore, although I do have stuff like I have an old White Album, which is always a classic to refer to. That would probably be my primary reference for dialing in a console RD, I guess it would have to be. Because that's where they made Jeff Emmerich, hardly made because he was just as enthusiastic about this, where they just cranked all the knobs and did the craziest things they could. So that shows the limit. White Album shows the limit of how extreme things can get. You'll notice that I've got these various things here, and this is how good the image you barely see on the screen is at not having any irregularities. Like ideally, the output reverb would be depicted visually as just a featureless wash. And I'm pretty sure that when there is stuff, like metallic-y ringing and stuff, that's because we have striations in the output. Bits of it are louder than other bits of it. And then this 17 is something that I wrote because what's going on with these is that when it finds one that seems to be smoother than, I have the second. I have a old EMI version, I think it's the EMI Parlophone kind of thing, of Saucer Full of Secrets. I don't have the first record. But I've got the Pink Floyd second record, and I captured it to a reference file, so I have it to listen to. I'll be following it up with other stuff, typically a bunch of Beatles, and all of that's definitely red. And then there's other examples as well. But I'm interested in that in like 2024. By the way, I'm not sure if you can see it super well, but probably time enough for me to throw another log on the fire. Then we'll get back to that program that's still running. As I came up with a new way to do it, and I have 16 to 20 or so reference files. My lens is different today, so today you can't really see the today I've got it set up so you can't really see the fire very well, unfortunately. I have the wide angle here. I'll show you. I will show you, and I'll throw the lighting on that it needs. So here's the new wide angle camera. And with this one, if I'm like doing stuff, well, first of all, if I'm standing up, you can actually see me kind of, sort of. And if I'm doing stuff on the modular synthesizer, it just sort of sits here, and you can kind of see that. And then my guitars are actually visible if I go and reach those. And all the keyboards are visible, so it's like, it's a new take on the wide angle. You can also see one of the lights reflected in a mirror. So it's a new take on the wide angle for if I can get into doing music again, which it would be kind of exciting. I would not mind doing that. That's not going to happen instantly, but it's going to happen on these streams when it does. And yeah. But to get back to this thing that I'm doing, I can start off the stream derping around with this, and we'll see how that works. Igor, what up with purist gain? I can look. You see, here's the thing. Purist gain barely has anything in it, especially 64-bit. Like, if there's something wrong with purist gain, there's something wrong with your DAW. I can show you the code. In fact, that is something that I could actually do. Let me scooch this over a little bit. So check this out. It's not too much trouble to show you the code for purist gain. And now I don't have to keep secrets as far as, yes, there was going to be a console LA. That's what I was trying not to show people before the moment of reveal. Purist gain. Here, there's a reason there hasn't had to be a follow-up to this. Granted, it's kind of small print. So I got two controls. One of them is decibels, 40, minus 40 to 40. One of them is a straight up fade. Same with purist fade. So you could swap out purist fade, see if that's anything different. And we've got speed chases for these. And it calculates this stuff out, generating a gain control. So this is purist gain. Mind you, we've got the C++ file. You mentioned 64-bit. You can't even do a 64-bit bus. So it would be looking at the VST file. Are you on Windows, or are you on Linux, or are you on Mac? I will sort of randomly assume Windows. Yep, and let's have a look. So this is going to be the code for the Windows VST as it was created. What we'll find here, the code that makes it do anything is in purist gain proc. And that is this right here. And we've got gain calculations about having it smooth the behavior. It is possible that Joe's Garage was recorded on a Quad 8, but bear in mind that is around the time that they're starting to move to like SSL. I would not be surprised to learn that Joe's Garage, and notably 2 and 3, I wouldn't be shocked if those were done in an SSL. There's this weird sort of fragmentation about it where I don't get a vibe off of the drums on Joe's Garage very easily. There's things about it that just don't sit as well with me as some of the earlier 70s stuff. And it could be that's why it could be that it's too early, or that he was using something even stranger. Because one thing about Zappa is he would have gone anywhere to get a better mix. Like, if there's new he said some people earn lots of money from selling platinum records and put it up their nose. I put mine in my ear. He bought stuff to use and was really excited about all the newest things. So, like, Frank was capable of, like, early digital delay. We're running our entire mix for the record through an early digital delay for this little ambience processing. And he's capable of doing all that kind of stuff. So you can't really necessarily assume, even back in the day when I am fairly certain that he's on quad 8s for some of his stuff, you can't tell necessarily even one track to the next. Entire tracks could be mixed on different things. So with Zappa, more than most, I know not to trust that it would automatically be that. But I also know that back in the day, and this is from Bob Olson talking about this one, back in the day they figured that quad 8 was the top of the line, and then down from there was like Neve, which was in England as a rule, and then below that was pretty much anything else. And Zappa had the money and inclination to be trying to use the top of the line, so this is why I feel like I recognize quad 8 on albums like Apostrophe, on albums like One Size Fits All. It just has that feeling of the particular way that the highs and especially the lows work. Because that stuff, you can get heavy bass out of it, but it's never like SSL or MCI style heavy bass. It's always like movie style heavy bass where there's just an enormous amount of space around it and it doesn't come forward. And usually when people are mixing rock albums and trying to do crazy stuff with that, they want the bass to come forward, which is why stuff like SSLs or MCI, etc., was quite popular. You could go somewhere and mix your stuff on a console where it's like, let's put the bass in your lap, and then rather than just making it loud and unmanageable, it would tighten it up and put it in your lap. 1 minute warning on ads for anybody who's watching. To bounce back to purest gain, which we have on screen, while we're still, I think, running the program. If 1.0 equals output gain, then we're just doing a literal direct pass-through. That's 32-bit. You say 32-bit is fine, and 64-bit sounds harsh and weird. We have the same code on 32-bit and 64-bit, which is direct pass-through if it's exactly unity gain. Otherwise, input L times output gain, input R times output gain. And then we have our stereo floating point dither. This is the one that you figure is fine. This is the one that you figure is not. What's happening with the what's happening with the 64-bit gain is that we're working on a 64-bit bus using 64-bit values. Hey, Skychip. So what's happening here is we're applying the output gain, and we're already operating at the max resolution that this guy's working at. And so it does the gain trim and then just runs it straight through. We're doing the updating the dither, but it's not applying it. Because there's nothing I can do with that. I'm hearing a funny noise outside, some truck or some oil tanker delivering oil to somebody. Me, I've just got the fire going, so there's that. Speaking of which, let me damp down the fire a little bit. It's not quite as cold as it has been lately, so I don't have to crank the intensity of the warmth as much as previously. So this is kind of what we've got. None of this is any different in either one. The only thing that's happening in purest gain at 64-bit bus, like for Reaper, for instance, is you're applying the gain, and we're not actually doing the floating point dither because the floating point dither can't dither from 64-bit to 64-bit. So one possibility to experiment with might be to go and look up the older version of it, but honestly, like, I don't see a behavior here why, like, if other things, other plugins have volume controls, and you can run other plugins of mine in 64-bit and not have a problem with this, then this should not also be a problem, because it's the same setup. All of my stuff is working this way. It's designed to work on the level where you're finding it to be harsh and weird. I feel like that's just, I don't really know what to tell you there. By all means, come after me for all of these things, but understand that it might not be as you think. We're generating this more, so let's hit halt on it. Oh, the number here, 17, this is the thing that I did in the code. We might look at this code again because I might think of a new thing to do with it, like on stream. Now that I've got it running so much faster, I like that part about it. This is doing a thing where it's doing all the different versions of these. Like every time the timer ticks over, it's trying another combination. This is the best yet combination, and this is it still trying to better that. I can run this stuff overnight, and you'll be hearing some things that I did with it because I'm gonna run some of the demos. I need my reference audio where I've literally run this for 12 hours at a time, just constantly trying to get a better example. What it's doing this way, this 17 here is here for this reason. It keeps trying to generate a better instantaneous example by just referencing the immediate reverb tail that one impulse would produce on this. But then if it thinks that it has found one, what I've done is I've set it up to do a double check, and that's what my new reference audio is going to be called, is like a double check. And what the double check means is after it's found one that it thinks beats the last best one, it runs the audio again, but this time it runs it overlapped with every single one of these as a starting point. We're doing, like, for 16 layers of additional audio, and like a start of 0, a start of 11, a start of 25, 35, 84, and so on up to 1297. With the audio, basically what you're doing is you're getting like the overlap of one layer of feedback, and I'm checking it to see how that stacks up as far as continuing to be smooth. It's doing a little thing where it's getting to check in a basic and simple way whether the end result is, oh, I have no intention of doing a 2500 style bus compressor unless I get one. And we're not actually getting into that. I'm not getting any new gear post Bracosti. I'm going to have to sell some of that stuff off now. No regrets, but there's only so much, I'm not in a position to be running around getting all of the things. There's stuff that I need to deal with, such as the sampler keyboard that I got, the ASR10, that I need to study. So we're not getting like a compressor to learn its secrets until we cover some of the stuff that I've already done and like do some more console versions, stuff like that. The fader on console LA is after the EQ. So that's a good question, and that is the answer. It is the MCI where the fader is pre-EQ. Let's hit Halt 4. Watch this. And it's drawn a picture of a picture that wraps. So if I do a really large version of this, it will extend outwards and cover more of the screen. And the ripples on this, the light and dark on this, are the places where the audio has stacked up, versus dark places are where no audio, no echoes happened. Light places are where echoes stacked up on top of each other a little bit more. So you don't want that. You don't want the white stripes or bright echoes. You don't want texture. Smoother this is, the better off you'll be. The longer you run the program and the more stuff you try, the closer you'll get to having a smooth output, if that is possible, because we're still working on what's basically randomized reverb numbers, like this 11. This becomes the numbers for the inputs. It becomes the numbers for the comb filters in the reverb, and it's a householder matrix, so it runs it in these combinations. You don't have to retract the suggestion for the API. I'm just saying that I don't have one, nor do I have any reference for stuff that I know is mixed down through one. It's not unthinkable that one day I'll get something like that. For instance, it might be better at recording my drums and bass through than the Heritage audio. I don't know. Because there's things I can't really do with the Heritage audio. Like I can't do limiting really high ratios with the Heritage audio. It won't. Either it's broken and not working, or it's just not designed to do that kind of thing. So let's briefly run search 5, which might, oh, no, it's doing. And this is the 5x5 householder matrix. And this has a tendency of getting stuck a little bit more, maybe. And we're starting to see how the number starts to go up. This number here, I was in the middle of explaining what the thing does. When it's finished doing a single reference for that, it will also do the version where it has the reverb impulse, but it's also stacking it up over each of the subsequent reverb times. Like it's going to do the 0, the 11, 52, 69, 175, and so on. It'll overlay those on top of each other, so it does a follow-up. And I'm pretty sure what you're seeing is, in fact, the follow-up. You're seeing the result of what happens when you overlay it on top of each other. Rather than being like sharply drawn lines, when you start having the feedback in there, then you start seeing that it's graying out. It's starting to blend together better. That number, this 8, which might end up changing, but now it's a 9. There is a threshold upon which I've got it set up so that if the initial run through and the initial reverb algorithm seems to be the best yet, it'll pass through and then it will layer it on top of itself at these delay times and then double check it. And I set up the threshold so that there is a possibility about 1 time in 2 it will come up with a new one, and then when it overlays it on top of itself, it will find like, actually that wasn't better than the last one at all, and will skip. It will hang on to the same algorithm. So when you see this moving, we're trying new permutations on it. When it freezes up for a second, what's happening is it's hit upon some new things that it can try that are maybe better than before, and it's running through, see it's frozen for a second. That's because it was checking it out and seeing whether the overlay version was also better, or whether when you overlay it, it turns out to be not better after all. And the way that I weight that is I tried to find the correct number, but then what I do is I've got this number, it's an 8, and it'll increment or decrement. If the direct one passes through enough times, that number skews in a direction where it's more likely for the overlay version to to throw in a reject, to throw in a refusal and make it not take the next idea that it came up with. If it goes the other direction, then it would make the direct input more likely, because if every single time it tries a new variation that it thinks is better, it has to run it through the layering test and then fails that. What ends up happening is we just don't get a new, see the numbers just changed and now it froze for a second. So every now and then it will try the direct output, do the layering, and find that it rejected the layered version. And then roughly half the time, see, it's continuing to increment as it goes. You know, it's going 9, 8, and so on. It's finding its way to that path where they're about equally likely to count as being better than the previous try, and about equally likely to be like, this is actually not better than the previous try. And that might be a little tricky to explain, but this is how I'm doing what I'm doing. And I think maybe the next thing to do would be to fire up the old laptop and hear some of these. And maybe after we've done that, and I'll shut this off in a moment, maybe after we've done that, then we can look into the code and see if we can figure out something even cooler. Like, here's a thought. Let's hit halt on this. Current best is 1 in 7,000. The way this is running faster than before is a big deal, because previously I had it going at about, 10 per second or so, if that. And so I'd have to leave it running for like days on end. And you can hear the sounds of the results that I got. And there we have the output, and you can see plainly in this sort of little two-dimensional thing here that these little ripple effects here, if you can even see them, any variation from smooth gray means a artifact that you could hear that's not necessarily what you want. Ideally, it's going to be a featureless wash. If you've got something like a Bricasti, I don't know exactly how Casey got to his stuff, but Casey with his Bricasti came up with a couple of algorithms, not original ones for each reverb like I do, but he came up with a couple of algorithms to base the stuff on, and all of those happen to be really smooth. I don't know how he came up with it. That's half the thing of being a reverb designer, is being able to come up with ones that work real smooth. And let's see if we can't... this might just crash, but let's find out. We can run this. It does seem to be working. And the idea is that I can hopefully show you something that looks more interesting. Although I'm not sure if it's happy with the 3,000 seats thing here. I feel like we have gone off the end of the screen, because this is a screen where it has X number of visuals. And if I stop this... Yep, see, we've got this faint washy stuff in here. If I do the same thing with search 4, it's a little more visible, but the way this is happening, it's taking a 3-pixel tall image and it's doing a left and a right, which are the pixels. It's clearly responding in such a way where it's much darker if you have larger number of seats, a longer reverb time. But I want to display it so that you can see the each way of doing it. Just in case anybody watching this now or in the future is interested in programming stuff for themselves. I'm giving away my secrets here. I'm giving you how I got to how this was done. And I'm also going to get ready to fire up the retro laptop so that I can do a hearing some of the audio. Oh, Purist Fade does better for you? Cool. Something with your DAW is broken for that particular plugin, because it should be working for most people. I'm sure it would be working for me. I can probably test it out. I can probably demonstrate it. But I showed the code and there's like nothing there. Not only that, Purist Fade and Purist Gain are identical code-wise. So something to, maybe your installation of it, or maybe you have an old version that doesn't have a, I think they always had the 64-bit version though. I don't know what's going on. Have you tried replacing it with a version out of the downloads that, you know, the most recent collection? Replace the one that you've got with the one out of the most recent collection. See if it is any different. If not, I'm glad that Purist Fade works well, but that just goes to show you that something with your instance of Purist Gain is broken. Because it ain't supposed to be bit corruption or something. It's not supposed to be doing anything, like barely at all. So let's hit Halt 4, because this is not doing anything very interesting at this stage. See, there we can see kind of what I'm doing with this. The way that it's depicted in the Halt version, where you stop and then it draws a more interesting version, is overlaying where the each of these little vertical slices is 1 pixel. And it's just stretched vertically so that it shows up a little bit more. As at a large number of seats, we can see the evenness of this, and we can see that like little vertical lines like this, the bits where the pixel is bright, this is what we try to avoid. Igor, I don't know what to tell you other than I'm glad that Purist Fade is working better, even though it's literally exactly the same code. And like Gualath, there is an early version of that on the channel, but it's not mixed through console. I've been remixing that thing through like first console MC, console LA is probably going to be the final thing. But there's a version that's mixed through a Heritage Audio analog mixing board that is in fact on the, so look for Rise, and you can hear it. The idea of doing these remixes, I want to put it out as an album. So there should be that going forward. And let's quit out of there. Let's fire up Coding Stream and see if we can get our code on stream. And that looks like that's going to be a yes. Looks a little bit funny, but the hey. There we go, good enough. So what are we doing now? Well, for starters, I'm pretty sure I still have audio through here. Here's a folder that's called Verbs Trimmed. So what I do here is I take my little audio clip and have been running it through different aspects of this for ages and ages. Like, for instance, I can go down to here and we can briefly listen to the output of various things. Turn it up so that it comes through the mic. So that's a reverb thing, but it's kind of metallic sounding. And it says 204, meaning that that's the approximate room size. Whereas this is a newer one, 206. They're all extremely bright. This is a fixed setup, which is always the same. And it becomes a question of finding like ones that they're all a little bit different. And smooth is the more recent algorithm, but I have even more recent ones to refer to now. And I'm going to be trying to listen to what these are doing. 1 minute warning on ads for people who are experiencing those. This is called reverse smooth. This is all full wet, by the way. And we just kind of keep going with these things. And then as we get away from these little tiny ones, because the little tiny ones can have issues, like here's a 69 smooth, room-like sound, but with the older ones, there is a metallic quality to it. Smooth again. You know, and some of them were even more like, I think Dense on Prime is one of the ones that was challenging. You get a sort of a flutter echo quality. Whereas smooth, more of sort of a shape on it. And we can of course also zoom out to really long ones. Oh, here's some ones that apparently I thought was good. But that's actually kind of flutter echoey. Oh, here. First ones. These ones sound terrible. There's just less reverb to them. And then it gets increasingly better as I went. Up to the super long ones. I've got an example for what I was using in K-Plate B. So this is what went into K-Plate B. We've got our really long ones like this. That's the sound of a truck outside. And that's kind of the idea. Like here is the longest one that I can find that is still recent, like a smooth, for instance, 572 smooth. And you get sort of a feel of space back there. Although the trickiness is, like, compare that to 691 first ones. It's just a lot deader, and there's a real kind of slapback quality to it, which is not entirely bad, but not necessarily what you want. Compare that to this reverse smooth, which I have highlighted as one of the ones I kind of liked. And the decay tail is kind of like whoosh. Compare that to 755 first ones. It's kind of dead. It sounds like a flutter echo compared to smooth. Same basic delay time, but it's just better at making space. Because if it's able to make that space, then I can filter it and shape it and do things with it. So let's see. So what are we doing? We're going to have a look at some of these newer verb options. Because here's one of the things that I do. And I believe it is verb tests I'm using for this. And we're making new versions of that. What I need to do is go in and swap out the code that these recent versions have given me and do test audio clips. For instance, let's refer to I'm trying to see what's under here. Nope, nothing of concern. Here's a bunch of audio clips that I ended up moving to these other places. This is the stuff that you already heard. Like this is going to be the same. For instance, Denson Prime. This would be Denson Prime 825. I can't actually hit space and play that because this older version of the OS won't do that, but I can open it up in Twisted Wave. And playing it back on the laptop, we can see that that is in fact the audio. So what we're going to do is let's kind of copy this over onto Shuttle, because this is what we're going to go by, and I might as well have this available. I'm going to be opening this up in Twisted Wave and running exactly the same reverb patch on every single one of these and saving them with the names associated with what I've got in verbs text. Here's my notes on stuff going forward. I still have a purpose of I got to revisit Abbey Road Chamber. I have my eye on the renowned Sunset Chamber off of the Bracosti. Here's a batch of early reflections that I've got. And then here are, I've got double test and smoothness. What that means is double test is the one I just showed you that I'm looking into maybe inspecting even further. It is the result of running that program I just ran, but running 8 instances of it. And if I can revise it so that the double check does a better, like if I can come up with an algorithm to make it check for the smoothness even better, or simply check for whatever is producing the minimum in little spikes of output, and I have a concept for how I can do that. For now, however, I should check that I can still run this thing. Here is our reference. That's the laptop. And what I do is recent effects. I no longer have to hide what's in recent effects. I'm pretty sure I was using the VST. And I'll know if actually, no, it wouldn't be the VST because Verb Test hasn't actually got made into a VST. It's a development plugin. So I'll find it here, and that means I know what it is. And I just leave this exactly the same and be sure never ever to touch it. Turns out I've got a little tiny bit of dry in there. But I set that up for a reason, and I do exactly this. I don't touch a single setting because the settings are exactly what they are in every other instance of this. That's how I can compare them directly to each other. At least I assume that's how that works. We'll find out, won't we? Because I think that's how that works. I think I've got it set up. See, everything seems to be fairly well damped. Apply and close. And now let's see whether this sounds like what I was working with. Might be. We do have a long verb on here. And it does sound kind of bright. So that's what I want to hear for evaluating this with. We'll quit out of there without saving. And then I'm going to open up Verb Test H. If I go up to the top of here, I'll see that this is RevSmooth 860 that I'm currently evaluating. And I don't think we're doing anything with the regular 3x3. I'm pretty sure that we're not doing anything as far as that is concerned. Yeah, Walter, I'm pleased to hear it because, in fact, minus 14 LUFS is also a target for me. And it will just make stuff sound better. The console LA is designed to make it so that you have as much peak energy constantly happening as possible while hitting minus 14 LUFS. Done properly, your stuff can sound louder than competing stuff that is being level managed. Like if it's got loudness war stuff and the streaming service or whatever is turning it down, the streaming service will not turn your thing down, and therefore your thing can sound louder, which is not the only purpose to ever have. But it's fun. It's fun to like beat the loudness war people at their own game by having more energy in your audio. So let's go through and start doing some examples of this and saving them. I'm probably going to need to figure out how to crop things to match those other clips, because what I'm going to have is unaltered clips. That said, I'm pretty sure that everything I've got here, let me bounce back over to here. I've got a folder called Workshop. and a folder called householder sounds. And it's the same as the other ones, but unlike the ones that I have that are clipped, if I hit space on these, this is what my test thing will automatically produce. So it has that initial burst, and that comes out of this test file. So in householder sounds, I have what I'm going to be producing here. So let's copy this and apply it best as I can. We are now doing double test, which is the most recent version. We'll see whether all of these are based around the rough length of decay that I would need for Sunset Chamber. Let's build that. I do need to, or hello. So what have we here? That's not supposed to do that. What's going on here? Oh dear, I see a problem. That said, I can fix this with text replacement. Do you see in Reverb's text what's going on here? There's something wrong that I have to fix in my program. You know, I don't even remember what an empty picture sounds like, but I should put it on the new album. If I can find the mixdown files, remix it using console in LA. So why would it say delay S is not declared? Because something in here is wrong. And I know just what that is. And I have some debugging to do. I'm going to quickly go in and we're going to bounce over here. I'm going to fire up Godot and return to this program because I have found the problem. I'm going to make it be smaller. But let's see, we've got search and halt. Halt does not, but search does. The new version of Godot has this thing which is like allowing you to define regions. So my code gets to look a lot simpler now because I can take stuff like this and boop it in there. We're going to start with search 3 and go on from there. And update scores and desks should be, unless it isn't, what's producing this? See, we've got a find and replace that did a mean thing to me. And I should be able to find it here. It's not in update scores and desks because we don't have anything saying constant delay T. There's a thing where, oh, and it probably is in halt after all. I bet it's in halt. I just have to find it. Here's halt 5. Look at that. See, this is supposed to be delay capital S, but there was a thing where I was looking for the word delays and replacing it with delays B in code. Because This code now says delays B. I wanted to be able to replace it, to drop this entire chunk of code into a different chunk of code and have it be talking about different things. So I changed the names of this over. By accident, this changed the names of the output that I need to produce. So I need to go in and fix this everywhere it appears. That said, I can fix it in that text file more easily. But yeah, this is the thing that it does. And that's going to be the case for all of these. I just have to find them. But not short, because short didn't have the word delays in it. And not const int early, because constant early doesn't have the word delays in it. So that would be it. So one thing I have found is, first of all, I can quit out of Godot for the moment. I'm going to set chat over here for a second, because now I can delete all of these versions that I generated those my stuff with. Is all going in the trash because I'm going to just rebuild it. We're just going to show it, throw it away. And go back to coding stream, where I figure out a workaround for the fact that it is now giving me buggy code. As far as next thing, I'm very curious to see whether reversing the behavior of the subtype algorithms, which are in a sort of encode decode mode, the way that applies determines the way that it will hit the nonlinearities, meaning that I can tell whether the output is going to be more glued or whether the output is going to be more bright and open and airy, and the current stuff that I'm working with is more along the lines of open and bright and airy. But I have, like, if I can make a summing bus, a console-style summing bus that can do that, like Revolver, Sgt. Pepper kind of tonality and beefiness and weight with very few tracks, that'll be really interesting. That'll be like, oh, hey, guys, want to do classic Beatles sounds? Want to sound like when Sgt. Pepper came out, and it sounds huge, I will have you know. And do that with raw DAW tracks, which can capture things very, very well, but it doesn't sum things very well. That would be an interesting discovery, so that's worth experimenting with. And so is this, but this is worth experimenting with in a different way. I have to change this delay S nonsense, which I'm going to do by find and replace. Oh, no caps. And that was delay B. Delay SB to anywhere that appears, I need to put it back. We're going to replace all, boop. And there were only 8 instances of that because that was only in the most recent version. Let's go back to, this is how I build my plugins. There's a find and replace having to do with building the plugins. We're going to save that because why not? And then we're going to go back to this. There's your problem. And now it will build with no trouble. I have to stop looking at there's the camera over there, and that's not the bit that I need to be looking at. Someone said Halo and bus colors modeled after this. No, it was not. Merry Christmas, Gamma. And what we're doing is experimenting with some new reverb sounds. I ran some of the original reverb calculations that I had for an extra long time on Christmas Eve, just to see if I would end up with a lucky break. And then on Christmas Day, I ended up revising the program and making a problem and fixing the problem just now. And what we're going to do is, if I can make this mouse connect with anything, because it's posing issues. Let's scooch that over. This is not the place to do that. And I need to find another window on this, and there is where the window on this is. I'm just trying to arrange everything so that I can reach anything I need to use. And here we copy over verb tests into components, boop over here, and do my reference thing. Here's the new version. And here is what the interesting. You can't hear this very well, but I am favorably impressed. I use those short guitar bips to hear what I'm doing. I know you like alien kittens, so have some alien kittens while you alien kitten. And this is the one where it does a double check. I'm favorably impressed with how this is working. Oh, by the way, for those who aren't getting interrupted by an advertisement, here's an advertisement for old macOS. It is version 10.6.8 on a 2.53 gigahertz Intel Core i5 with 8 gigs of RAM. I'm not exactly sure what year this MacBook is. It's a 6.2. I don't, so you can look up what that means. Let's proceed to save this. Once we finish doing that, we can go and refer to it on the big speakers, and you'll be able to hear a little bit better what this is about. But I've got a small number of these to churn through. I'm favorably impressed with how this is working. Although it's not going to be quite a direct comparison. It's pretty close though. Now here's verb test H. 206 was it? Yes. So we now have fixed the problem that I had before, and we're going to do 214. And we build. In the older versions, we can like swap this stuff out. Oh, I got to quit out of the program first. Forgot. When I get up to speed, I have this going at a pretty good clip. But I am not quite up to speed with it yet. So having quit out of the program, now I can replace. And then back we go into the program immediately. I'll leave that selected so that I can see which one I'm using. Here's 214 over the laptop. Sounds like a reverb to me. This is one, I was talking about this on stream previously, where I'm upgrading my software. You may remember previously on this channel where I did a reverb based on what I heard on the Bricasti. Started out with the patch on the Bricasti called Cathedral. I did a Airwindows K Cathedral, and it did not sound exactly like the Bricasti Cathedral. In particular, it was kind of vibey, but also distinctly more metallic. And we're working on how can I make that be less of a thing? Can I make that be less metallic? For this, what we're seeing is that the new versions are running a lot faster. So we've got like scarcity 1 in 461,000. And that was not that many hours of running to get there. We're dropping it in here and we're rebuilding. That's a 215. We're quitting out a twisted wave, remember? And dragging it in. Then we are doing our reference audio here. And once I've got this loaded up on the little SD card, I'm going to bring it over to the main computer, and then you can hear it a little bit more as it is played over speakers. But my job today is to grind through these. Again, never changing these. These have to be the same. And this setting is set to be real bright and unfiltered, so that if it works, and I'm able to make a reverb sound that is not excessively bright, even though it's bright, but it needs to not sound metallic. Like more of a whoosh, a tiled room thing. And then the rest of making it not metallic is filtration. But this part of it is very much about just generating more of these reference audios. That's 215. And once we're finished with these, we're going to come on to another batch, which I did, that I let run for an extraordinarily long time. In fact, I'll peek forwards and see. Smoothness. See, I let those run a lot longer. See how the ones like Cathedral is scarcity 1 in 60,000. It would take days to get even that much. I'm not using modulation effects for the reverbs, although that is not unthinkable that I could start bringing that in. But these comparisons, right? K-plate C, scarcity 1 in 188,000. K-plate B, 1 in 34,000. I wasn't in a place where the stuff that I was doing, yes, chamber AR 26,000 only. Whereas these current ones, like Smoothness, was me running this stuff overnight, running it for an extremely long time in order to hopefully get one that was a really lucky break and just had a magically smooth reverb tail. And this is 448,000. That doesn't mean that longer is necessarily better, but it's all about how long can I run these for the chances of stumbling across one that's better than the previous. And here's another is 226,000 over a shorter period of time. And that's just an approximation as well. This makes 225. So we'll go through and build that. Why do I use Twisted Wave? Because I'm familiar with it, and it is working on this old computer and my newest computer. Well, there are ways I can hear it, like, let me continue walking through this process. And then we hit short for echo again. Like, there are ways you can tell. Here's one, like here's double test again. Here is a snare hit repeating over and over that you can barely hear, but whatever. So if the reverb tail was going, then it would be wrong. If the reverb tail was going cloing, then it would be wrong. There is sounds that should not be coming out of the hit of a snare. I'm looking for, when I audition stuff like this, we've got this reverb algorithm, right? And it's the result of this stuff. So when I hear, say, a snare hit like this, I'll be listening to it on the big speakers, not the laptop, and I'll be going, this airiness, does it feel like it's far away? Does it feel like there's a metal filing cabinet in the back of the room? That would be less good. Does it feel like it's a stone cavern? Does it feel like it's a glass room? It will all kind of depend. This particular patch that I'm not departing on, like ever, I'll copy it before I copy it and change the name and everything before I detract from this patch so that I have a reference thing. Will show me details in how the sustain and it's consistent, but it's overly bright. So if there are artifacts or unpleasant qualities, this will highlight them, and this will let me audition better the variations between these things. And at that point, I'm just listening for like the difference between a Ludwig acrylite and a wooden snare or whatever. Like, what tone do you want on the room behind you? What do you want to pop out? This one has a real kind of airy quality to it. And if we have that on the guitar noises, we've got little noises like that jump out. And the idea is taking a string and being like, bip, 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 and then muting it instantly with my fingers for the purpose of feeding melodic stuff into the reverb that'll really highlight any glitchiness. The end resulting plugins, like K Cathedral or whatever, do get filtered. They get quite significantly filtered. This is to hear all of the stuff that's going on in the highs and how it's working. Let's go and save this and continue with our work. Because this was double test 225. See here, that was a very relevant question, though, because that is all of the importance for how you get to have an amazing reverb versus just one that's like average garbage that anybody might have is, can you make the algorithm do the work for you, where the brightness that is allowed to come through, does that have like a magical, wonderful tone quality to it so that you'd be happy with it if it was there? Then you can filter that away, and the way that it sort of fades off is going to have a wonderful texture because you're shaping. This is not unlike what you do with Console LA. Console LA is doing a pretty good job of shaping the tone that's in your original sound capture. Like, it doesn't really reshape it in the way that an SSL console might do. What Console LA does is it allows you to highlight what was in the original capture. That's what we're doing here. We're going to copy double test 228. Same routine. I'm a little sorry I don't have longer delays, but I can do those later. I could do this anytime I want. I could do those today if we wanted to put in a really long session. I don't think we're going to do that because we're going to do this while drinking more coffee for a while there, and then we're going to unwind with some Minecraft. People do like it when there is Minecraft and there's Chris actually having fun with things. Which is not to say this isn't fun in its way. This has its own value of fun. Long as I'm doing it correctly, that is. There we are. Here's each of these are going to get a little longer. Now I probably won't be able to hear a difference. But I am. That's more metallic than the previous one was. See, they're all going to be slightly different. See, this one has a kind of metallic-y quality, where it's kind of like clang in the reverb tail. It sounds like a cymbal rather than noise, rather than air. And that's because a cymbal is a noise-like quality that's made out of a bunch of resonances rather than just straight white noise. A cymbal is not the same thing as like a percussion instrument that's sandpaper, and you do the sandpaper like that's more like white noise. A cymbal is predominantly a bunch of overtones rather than such a blend of overtones that it turns into white noise. So this is not going to be a success, but we're going to keep it anyway, just in case there's anything useful to it. This was 228. And on the graphic that we saw earlier in stream and might see again, on the graphic you would see that quality of the metallicness as fine white lines in the reverb tail. In particular, it would be fine white lines closer to the end of the reverb tail. If the metallic quality wasn't there, it'd be much more smooth, featureless gray at the end of the reverb tail. Because that's how that stuff averages out. If there's more reinforcements, then there's going to be more in the way of irregularities in the plot, and that's what we're trying to measure for as we constantly generate new random values. For instance, 228 was a bit of a failure, so let's try 233. I have no idea whether this is actually going to be more airy or more metallic, but the fact that some of the earlier ones were less metallic is a good sign. It's not easy to make shorter reverbs unmetallic. It's kind of easier to make the longer ones. And straight in here to do a little bit more. Same deal, no changes. Now let's see what we've got. And that's kind of, you can't really hear it. I'll show you later. And this is through a laptop speaker, but it does reveal some of these things. That is not as metallic, more sort of airy. The truck in the street is probably as loud as this. Although I can actually do something about that. Turn it up just a bit. So that's the metallicness highlighted as much as possible. And then the whoosh in the background doesn't have as much of a clang to it. So this would be a better option for running with. And we're here to figure out whether there's still better options available. Here's 233, this one is. But we're going to be saving everything as we go. I'm not currently using convolution verbs, although I do have stuff that you can download, which is Airwindows convolution verb impulses that you can have. That does exist, but I'm not as concerned with it. That said, the way this works, you probably could turn these into convolution. Well, no, you couldn't. And I'll tell you why after I keep going. And we'll hear a smoothness ones pretty soon. Here's 236. I will tell you why. Convolution reverbs usually operate efficiently over the very, very long reverb tails that you normally have to do in a way where mine do not have to deal with that. By reducing everything to FFT algorithms like an MP3, at which point it applies the transform and then uses the FFT to produce the end result. What that means is that the convolution reverb of an algorithmic reverb is going to be like the MP3 of an algorithmic reverb. You cannot do a full-on convolution reverb with a raw calculation of every single element of the reverb tail. My stuff does not need to try because it is comb filters. It's generating this effect, but it's only got like 20, 30, or 40 or so calculations to apply to the thing to generate the result. The convolution reverb version of that for instance, the convolution reverb that does this and that's interesting because the mid-range is kind of dropping back a little bit, but the brightness is hanging on pretty well. All in all, I think this is a good direction for these to take. But the convolution reverb has to have every sample, even if it's like at 96K, which this is. This is, well, it's undersampled, so it doesn't really count, but it has to have every sample in 44.1K from the beginning to the very end of the reverb tail. If you tried to multiply the sound by every sample at 44.1K over a period of like 9 seconds for every sample, that becomes overwhelmingly unreasonable. Like doing and some of my stuff, like there's an aspect of iron oxide that runs that way. There's aspects of some of my stuff where I do convolution type stuff. Any of the bus colors, any of the cab versions, those are all using much smaller tails, but they are applying every sample in the reverb directly rather than busting things down into the bins and then back again. But normally convolution reverbs, in order to do a much, much longer tail, have to bust the things into the FFT. So that's not going to be a choice for me. Excuse me. While I continue this. We're going to get to the end of this test. And 30-second warning or so for ad peoples. And over to smoothness. The difference between this and the previous one is this is not doing the overlay technique that I was talking about earlier. This is just straight up running a variation. This is doing like 560,000 or more comparisons of new random options to try. So it's basically been sitting there comparing the random options for a lot longer. So if we generate that, we'll hear whether there's a difference between double test and smoothness. We'll go back and forth a little bit. May or may not make a audible result because they both have the equal capacity to be fine. It's all the same basic algorithm. What I'm doing is trying to evolve more efficient ways of evaluating the stuff that I produce. 238 seat club means this apparently is roughly the size of a room. It's just an approximation. There's no real accuracy to that. So let's see. What have we got? That's not bad. Maybe a little bit metallic. Also, they all have this sort of like quality as the interactions between the delay times go. Like it's all a complicated combination of different comb filters interacting with each other. And as such, everyone has a slightly different fingerprint. And I'm looking for different behaviors. Like there could be entire behaviors that suggest a particular precocity verb or something like that. Let's save this and keep moving. Smoothness. That's the thing is double test, smoothness. This is not a different algorithm. This is a different evaluation method. The idea is to find an evaluation method that more quickly arrives at a better result or more accurately identifies things like metallic quality from the visual output in the program and rejects or accepts the attempts at a reverb better. So smoothness is, again, the one where it's just one type. Smoothness is just running the basic thing for longer, but at no point does it try to overlay that upon itself and then reevaluate to see if anything stuck out, like as far as additional metallicness, additional harmonics. Whereas double test, which we have here, does in fact try to evaluate whether layering it on top of itself is going to make stuff stick out. And so we can immediately go and compare those because we just had a smoothness. And now we can immediately rerun this and hear a double test. And when I apply this, and this looks interesting enough, this is kind of metallic-y, but it doesn't have to be. And there is a certain airiness to it. The idea is that the new algorithm, the new program that generates these, is doing a better job of identifying when it layers on top of itself and causes harmonics and things to stick out. You can have ones where it layers on top of itself and is just all harmonics everywhere. So what you have said, it took K-Cathedral to change the parameters in its code. No. Because K-Cathedral is not just the raw source of this. K-Cathedral includes one of the things in this. In fact, I wonder whether I've got it tucked away in here. I can probably, well, I first had better save double test 244. I'm keeping verbs text in such a way that I can refer to some of these things. So let's show you what the guts of K-Cathedral sounds like without filtering. And at some point I'm going to make some more coffee, and at some point I'm going to throw another log on the fire. Although, like I said, it's not the coldest of days, so that's not that big of a deal. Interestingly, size is not lining up with the length of these perfectly. I would suggest that if there is a metallic sound in the reverb tail, FLAC is going to be able to compress it better because it will be less complicated, lower entropy than sheer white noise. So largeness of the file is likely to correspond to what sounds best, and smallness of, if they were all exactly the same length, because longer sustains are going to correspond to longer files, but within the same size, a smaller number with a larger file size, like here's 233, I'm willing to bet this is going to be one of the ones that doesn't sound as metallic. I could be wrong, but let's find out. Yeah, I mean, the brightness is always going to make it sound a certain kind of metallic, but that feels to me less like there is a cymbal-like ring in it. And now that we've got double test and stuff, let's refer to K-Cathedral Rev Smooth 860. That being what this one was built out of. Just as a little treat, hearing what that sounds like in the guts of the calculation. We're not going to need to save this, but here we go. So the difference being, oh, are we having a problem? Did we not build correctly? Let's run that over again. Build me that again. load that up. And let's see whether it's any happier this time. It is, and that's the same settings, so we're all good. Apply and close. And now you can hear, you can even see irregularities on the waveform. It even shows a slight irregularity on the waveform. It's just I selected it for a reason. In K Cathedral, in the same context, longer decay though. Like, I picked it because it had good qualities about that sustain. But you can hear it being a little on the bright side there. There's some shimmeriness in there that doesn't sound like air as much as it sounds like some kind of metallicness. It's not extreme, but there's a little bit of it there. So over to double test 244. Oh, we're doing pretty good apparently. Here's the top of the file. So we're going to keep moving and we'll get through these and then get to do something else. Smoothness 254. And again, that is the same basic algorithm as all of these. These are different delay constants. Using the different delay constants changes the behavior of the entire system enormously. The general concept of the sound remains, but all the details of how that stuff interacts, all the details of how the reverb tail behaves, can be strongly affected by all of this stuff. Oh, for heaven's sake. No, no, no. Remove from sidebar. Did not ask for that. Over we go. I think we're past all the double tests. So it's a question of, do any of these have particularly nice qualities? And then if I was doing K Cathedral, all of this stuff would be getting changed around significantly. Like lots of alterations in here. And this is designed so that I can just hear only parameter changing being the reverb parameters. Well, that's interesting. So where hiss kind of persists there, that's affected by the filtering, so we can make that go away. But we've got sort of a quick fall away, even though it's a longer decay time. All of this is like the parameters from which it falls through or whatever have to do with how these delay constants interact with each other. And it's a wild gamble of random experimentation that determines whether stuff is going to sound really open, whether it's going to sound really congested. Here's Alien Kittens through this. And we can have stuff where the mid-range kind of honks and gets overbearing. And in the Bracasti, although it's mostly the same settings, he does manage to get completely different behaviors out of the more fluid, and he's doing something in there that's causing it to resist the metallicness really powerfully. And even so, some of them have more of a mid-range congestedness. They can be more open, they can be more metallic, they vary in different ways, and it's all down to the stuff that you do in the algorithm. This is giving me the guts of what the shape of the reverb delay is. Yeah, see you later, Gamma. So, that said, we've just got smoothness 254. Let's save it. Smothmas. We'll be through with these before you know it. Smoothness 263, well, we're getting towards the end. It goes up to, let's see, 293 is as far as they go. So we no longer have any of those double tests, which I think are working better. But we do have longer and longer decays of this. And the thing is, any of these could randomly be the magic perfect one with no metallicness or whatever, because they're being screened in different ways. But that's not to say any particular one of them. Because when it says scarcity, right, what's going on with this calculation? When it generates through and comes up with one, and then kind of continues onwards to increase this number, like this is smoothness 263, scarcity 1 in 326,000. That means that when I stopped it, it had generated, it got up to 326,000 before coming up with a better one. And then it has not gone beyond that point, so it is definitely at least as good as 326,000 in one, statistically. That said, when we got stuff like 448,000 in one, what that means is it's tried 448,000 other options and they were all inferior. That doesn't mean it's not better than 448 billion. I've just sort of proved that it's better than 448,000 by grinding through that many of them and not finding one that was better. But any of these could be just the magical lucky break where it's like, yep, this turned out to be the magic. I could run the program once and have it be scarcity 1 and 2 and just luck out and happen to have the magical ultimate result. It's just very unlikely, you see. So part of what we're doing here is checking all these things out. See, that's a nice that's a nice shape for a reverb tail. I'm just going through these, and when I run the program for a long time so that I can document, like, this is better than 448,000 of the other ones, any given one that I arrive at could be the magical one where I just stopped it before it ran for 27 million billion instances without finding a better one. At any point, I could luck upon that one, which is why I'm investigating all of these, even if it's not the algorithm that's the most efficient, most recent one, because bottom line is it's still random combinations of these things. Here is smoothness 263. Which sounds kind of cool. Although I feel like there is a metallicness to that as well. But more will be revealed. We'll see how it works in things like Alien Kittens. And when I'm auditioning this stuff, I'm listening for these textural qualities. But right now what I'm doing is trying to grind through these so that I can do something else. I should go and click on the thing rather than typing it, because it never types an O twice. If you hear rumbling noises, it is because I am hungry. I get to have tacos at the end of the day, so that's fine. And onwards we go with some of these, step by step, producing more reference files to add to my enormous collection. Because that's the way this is going to work, is when I'm starting to do things like I'm going to try to duplicate the sound of Sunset Chamber now. I'm going to refer to the precocity. I'm going to try to get the vibe of what this is doing. But then I'm going to be referring to these, dialing in roughly the right length, like the size of the space combined with how reverberant it is. Because it might be a smaller space but have more sustain to it, or it might be a larger space with less sustain to it. But in general, I'm going to be trying to compare these things. Let's see, let's just build and find out. $265. Time to do that. And I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these. Again, the way that this is to be used is I will go through, and when I'm trying to get a particular sound, like cathedral or whatever, I'll try to identify a sound like this that seems to be the same space but different texture, different tonality. And then I'll be adjusting all the other controls so that the brightness of the thing, those overtones, will be controlled appropriately. See, this is a very bright hissy one. That feels very airy. The whoosh. That is a particularly non-metallic one, even though it's one of the earlier read. It's a lucky break. And it will probably also line up, well, it's going to be among the longest in file size, because that's going to translate to a larger file size. How do I know that? I'm going to guess. It's also a longer delay, so that's almost certainly going to generate a longer file size. But I'm feeling like because it had that particular reverb tail, that's going to be harder to compress, and so we're going to have a longest recording. Let's find out if that was true or not. Then as we jump to distinctly longer ones, it's inevitably going to be more data. But let's see. Actually, no, that's not true at all. That was literally the opposite. Interesting. So, for whatever reason, this is one of the longer ones, but it has become one of the shorter recordings. Interesting. Compared to this, which is a longer one. So if we open these, here's the one that is longer and doesn't compress well. And here's the one that does. I think maybe it doesn't decay as long, even though the time is longer. It's like denser up front and then dies away quicker. I don't know, that's interesting. I called that completely wrong. I thought that it was going to run more data, and it turns out to run less. That's an interesting observation. Might just be that non-metallic compresses easier. Smoothness, 270. So if 265 was good, let's see how 270 did. Nice snare-like initial ring there. I could see that might work out pretty well. I have a good feeling about that one. Because I felt like I could hear this sort of woody ring of the snare hit around the initial echo. This is what we're shooting for. Trying to get different qualities into these so that I can select one for a particular purpose. Like if I'm doing Sunset Chamber, if I can find something where the raw reverb algorithm just feels like what Bracasti was doing with this take on the Sunset Chamber, which is very popular. And interestingly, that doesn't mean that the actual Sunset Chamber is all that. It means that Bracasti's version of it happens to fall into a place where it's really useful to people. It's very likely to be a pretty plausible, convincing take on that chamber. But that's not the same thing as it necessarily being the accurate, correct chamber. Just that whatever it is works really well for people in general, and so they gravitate towards that particular patch and go, this is the one to have. Because I did also do some research on which of the Bracasti patches people were really excited about. Once I'm finished doing this part, I'm going to, it would be Sunset Sound Chamber, yes. It would be Bracasti's emulation of the real-life chamber that exists at Sunset Sound. So technically, if I was able to record and hear that, or if there's particular records out there that have a beautiful example of what that sounded like, then that would be very cool. But I don't always have that. Like some of the things, like you can learn the sound of the thing and then find things like the Abbey Road chamber in Beatles records because they were working there and that's what they used. Interesting sort of bright hissy one here. This is 274. Getting there, not too many more. It's going to be time to throw another log on and refresh my coffee. And we may look into working further on this the software that generated these things. Maybe. We shall see. Two more, and then we're going on break briefly. Because that will be all of these ones that I've generated so far over the course of days, but the new ones run a lot faster, so I'll be able to like see how the early ones are like, oh yeah, 1 in 20,000, and it took me 2 days to generate that stuff. And these ones, like Smoothless 280 here, this is 1 in 611,000. This was a distinctly lucky break as far as it being able to do anything to rival it. And we're going to see what that gives us. Wouldn't it be interesting if this is one of those ones that compresses really well? It's a longer one, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be a large file size. We'll find out. You could also do a thing where if you identified that metallic noises make it harder to compress, you could have a whole workflow where you go through, generate the random things, make the reverbs out of the random things, and then test them for how they compress. That would be quite a weird thing. So here is smoothness 280. I feel like that might compress well. But I hear metallic qualities in it all the same. Here's the experiment. Let's find out what happens when we take smoothness 280 and FLAC compress and save it in exactly the same compression as all the others. It was kind of shorter, but it had a certain ringiness to it. It is the longest of the lot. Maybe that ringing quality did produce more in the way of compression issues. Okay, over to this one. So the fact that that was extremely unlikely, the scarcity was extremely high, doesn't always mean it's going to sound fantastic. But we're over to the very last bit here, so this will cover us for the day. Save and build. Drag that over. See, and that one is much less scarce than the previous, but you can't really go by the scarcity because that has to do with the calculations that I've made in evaluating them. The evaluation has everything to do with it. I could have qualities for evaluation that led to the higher scoring ones being more metallic. These are the things I try to identify. Sounds kind of not white noisy. If I sounds kind of good to me. Let's save it and see how big it is. It is smoothness 293. Is it going to be smaller than smoothness 280? I'm going to guess yes. I could be completely oppositely wrong about that. I'm going to find out in a moment. And then we'll be done with this area. I'm going to guess this is going to compress to be smaller than smoothness 280. Let's find out if I was right. I was not right. Alrighty. And then we're going to save this and quit out of verbs. And there's no real reason we can't leave this here. But let's eject shuttle. That be in my SD card. Load it up here and switch away from this stuff. Well, that doesn't look very good, does it? No matter. It'll be fine. So now, these things that we were hearing, we can now hear over the bigger speakers. here's our sizes. And here's the question of smaller better. Double test was in general good. Smoothness. Over the big speakers, that doesn't sound that small. I mean, it doesn't sound that metallic. Interesting. Interesting. And here we have another smoothness. Whereas this one might have been more metallic. I can also make something out of how it reacts to the lows as well. Let's unplug the... I'm going to unplug the laptop thing because I don't think we're going to return to that today. I will also unplug it over here. Don't worry, when I step away to get coffee, I will put the hourglass on. And then we've got our double test ones. So let's see whether we can find double test that is smaller than expected for the position it's in. Like here's that, and 215 might be of interest. So here's 215. I do feel like that's better at resisting the metallic quality. And then we've got double test 244, which is actually smaller than 236 and 233. What do we got here? Yeah. I think it is somehow compressing better. Then one final snare hit. Interesting. And then these things are going to be dragged over later. I will organize them and put them in the places they're supposed to go. For now. So I don't know if anybody is interested in, well, we can bounce back and forth with that stuff. Why don't we fire up the Minecraft thing so we can have some background music going on in the menus. And once we get that playing some nice background music, I'll go and make some coffee and put another piece of wood on the fire. And that will indicate that we're going to get into some Minecrafting before terribly long. We'll jump right into there. I don't know what's been going on in the Minecraft world. For all I know, it's a pile of smoking rubble. It's probably not. There's this weird dichotomy in how that works. So, got that going. Back in a minute with some coffee. It's actually 40 degrees outside. It's not so bad, so it's not going to be as hard keeping this place warm today as it has been at times. Also, I might well jump into Godot for some further fooling around with the reverb generating thing, although I won't be producing any new reverb impulses today because the way I do that, it really needs to run for long periods of time. But I can work on the program a little bit, maybe, if people would be interested. We'll see. And with that, let me go and actually make the coffee that I just grabbed. Hey, I am back. Yep, too. As a matter of fact, with this one you can. But you've got to be able to, you'll need to figure out the secret path to how to do it. I will tell you verbally the things that you must know. Then you got to be able to do it. If you can't do it, then you don't get to go on. It is running 112, and so you got to run 112, but it's a vanilla client, and you must go to my Patreon, and the server IP address is at my Patreon. You don't have to pay to find it, but you do have to find it on the Patreon. And with that, let's see what's going on in here, if anything. It is holiday season, so all of the chests are holiday sized, or holiday shaped. This is presumably the kind of thing that they make you... oh, do we have somebody else on? I guess we must. I will find out soon enough who it is. By the way, with a little luck, by Thursday or maybe next week, my health can be a little bit better. I have let the general... Oh, look at all these unpleasant monsters out here. Holy crap. That's a lot of monsters all of a sudden. I needn't worry so much about the spiders, though I suppose I could get rid of them. I don't know, though. So, it's Crafty Man. Hey there. So, yep, again, like I said, you go to my Patreon. Oh, somebody's riding a really fast horse. Oh, should I try the horse? That is a really fast horse, and we do not want to fall in the holes. I'm clearly going to need to make a better space for these really fast horses because... Oh, sorry about that, he got away. The horses are amazing. So this is apparently what I was busy doing. Oh, I see what I was busy doing. However, let's see whether what I was doing has gone away. No, looks like it's still there. I had been putting stairs up here, and it just wasn't drawing or rendering in. But I thought it might be fun to put up a house on the top of these stairs so that you could kind of derp around in the house after having climbed the stairs to it, and then stuff would spawn and fall down. So that is a possible idea for... Oh, let's put some of the mob garbage in here. Good enough place to put it. And yeah, the other part is you might want to watch the video that I made about post-scarcity Minecraft, because this runs a mod that is a server-side mob called Snowball Madness, which means you could do this, and then not hurt yourself when you fall down. Unless you switch away from this, because it is a snowball with a rocket above, meaning that you can rocket about in various places. Up. I hear some stuff. So yeah, the idea is build a house up here high enough that when you're actually hanging around doing anything, you're so high up in the air that mobs on the ground aren't spawning. And then it'd be a good place to do that. And it can do the natural spawn thing. This is one of those ones where stuff has to wander around to fall into the water and get ground. But that's okay. It just makes it slightly less high efficiency as some of your fancier builds can be. And it's a lovely view of other stuff around here. Like we have the Airwindows sign, like the Hollywood sign. You can see a little bit of it anyhow. You can see the hillside that's entirely covered with the torches for no reason that I can quite understand, but I'm not the only person on this server, so somebody was excited enough about that to do it. We've got a build over here that's doing something. It's off in the distance. This area that's cleared out that is a canvas, although it has had a stairwell added to the side of it as well. But again, all of these things, this big square might end up becoming something else. It was going to be an unbroken canvas, and then 2 mushrooms got built on it immediately. Here's somebody's house. This is a racetrack for horses, except for it's a little challenging because it has corners, and our horses are so fast that they can't even take the corners. We've got a XP grinder there, and another one in my base over here. We've got a giant ice stadium way over here with a road leading to it. We've got a couple of spots here where somebody dropped something and kind of went bluey there. That might be one possibility. There is putting stuff back. We can also see that there's area where there's been a lot of torches put in, and that was me with the torch snowball, which doesn't really fire torches. It doesn't place a torch everywhere you hit, but it tries to space them out, and you can see a faintly grid-like quality about it. But yeah, and we are at level 62, meaning that's pretty high quality. I don't believe some of these things can be fixed, which is one thing I could do with levels. But we could find out whether we can grind up some new stuff like cobble. Or if we even want cobble for this, maybe we want something like stone brick. Wouldn't that be interesting? We can do a cool, or mossy. Here's our handy stairs down to here. They're very decorative stairs. I came up with the design myself. Looks kind of like a spine from underneath. Although I have only done these up so far, so that might also be something that I could do. That could be worth some attention. But yeah, this is the let's derp around and make something happen and see what seems like a good idea. kind of letting those spiders just chill out. May as well. Oh, look, there's some pre-made stone bricks. And we've got cracked and we've got mossy, but can we duplicate them as they are? Because it's always kind of fun doing your fancier designs where it's like we're including cracked stone here and mossy stone here and kind of making it more complicated looking, rather than just doing lots of more cobble. We've got a 1 cracked stone brick, so let's see whether we can duplicate those up. Does look like I can do that, so that's good. Also, let's grab onto our other building materials. Somebody was making leather. My junk drawer is really on the full side. There's a lot here. This is the snowball madness approach towards duplicating quantities of stuff, is that it's this geometrical progress, which we can also do slightly more unsafely here. We've got an ice rink of mob spawning. So that's arguably a funner way of doing it, because you're trying to also knock the guy into the hole. And you can do that. Oh, he didn't drop anything, did he? It is not too unsafe of a hole because it's just a hopper there. Another possibility would be to put lava there, but then you'd really need to be careful not to fall in. But you'll notice that every time I kill one of these guys, they're carrying what I had in slot 1, so it's doubling the number of bricks each time. That being the idea. I think he dropped his stuff into the hole. Let's find out. Yep. I'm hearing a bit of a faint noise in the background, but that is just my wood stove making the kettle on it boil slightly. But yeah, like I said, if I am lucky, and there is also I've been, oh God. How about you? Spawning reinforcements. They're not supposed to do that, but they totally did. Did we get any of that chain armor drops? No. Did he send drops over to here? No. Okay. Well then, never mind. So now we got a full stack of cracked stone bricks. Let's make 2 so that we can kind of start fooling with this. The summoning of reinforcements thing is quite a thing with some of these guys. So there's cobble. We're going to also do the cobble stair. Well, no. Well, yeah, no. The cobble stairs were being used for that. Let's do the cobble stairs first. There's 2 stacks of cobble stairs and 2 stacks of cracked stone brick. Next, Mossy. I'm glad that this is reading the NVT or MBT IDs for these things and duplicating them properly. It would be lame if I couldn't have Mossy stone brick. It's nice to be able to have some of that stuff. Well, that didn't give me anything. And Avacho. There's 20. 20 makes 40. 40 makes 80. Unless it doesn't, because sometimes they don't drop. That time he did. And one more stack and we'll be good. I would not be at all surprised if that worked out for guitar-based indie rock music. That seems very plausible to me. Oh, we're going to want to make a little more of that. We've got Mossy here, but then we need another stack. Maybe. Maybe we don't. We might not need another stack, but we got it. I don't know whether you can... Oh, no, wait. There was sitting right there. So now we have more of these than we needed. So let's experiment while we're in the middle of this to see whether we can make Mossy stairs. No, that would be we can make regular old stairs. But we can have regular old stairs. We'll dupe up a bunch of those too. And then of course regular old stone brick. And maybe some cobblestone wall. Can you make stone brick wall? You can make stone brick slab. Which is kind of cool, I guess. Stone brick stairs, stone brick slab. Chiseled stone brick. Oh, that might be fun. Shall we do a little of that? What do we need? We need slabs. Well, that's doable. Still, though, what about that wall? I could do a mossy cobble wall. I don't think I can do a stone brick wall, which is a pity. And I'm not holding any of those on me. So see, what I'm quite interested in, I'm thinking I'm going to take Console LA and experiment a little bit with what it sounds like running just post-90s techno into there. See if I can do a little Berlin techno, but in an old school console. Might be an interesting thing. But first, let's make a bunch of stone brick things. Part of the quality of grinding these is you're kind of bullying these monsters very, very harshly. although they don't necessarily drop the stacks of stuff that you want. That time he did. It's going to be a very interesting thing when I end up being able to do some of the more old school desks. Like again, the EMI Red console. That is quite an interesting prospect. Because that is a equally worthy sound to the Quad 8, but it's super different. And that type of sound is even farther away from what people are constantly doing these days, which is continually trying to, let's see now, what shall we do here? Well, I've got enough stacks of stone brick, so let's use some of them. To make more of the stairs, and that's probably enough stairs. He says, making more stairs. Hey, dude. Oh, and it is nighttime. I'm amazed I was able to sleep with that guy there. That is a mob. He's not mad, but he's a mob. Look at that. So if he was mad, I'd be in big trouble. Yeah, we slept with a zombie pigman. We're like literally right there. That's extraordinary. Oh, hi there. And this guy's right there, which is why we had to sleep over there, because there was an Enderman in the house. Shall we bully the Enderman too? He can't do that much to me if I'm here. Have at ya. Serves you right. 4 ender pearls. Yay for the looting sword. That's impressive. Not that we weren't really needing them. I can make other endermen anytime I want, but that was still a pretty impressive haul from killing one guy. 4 ender pearls out of the one guy. Oh, look, there's a hole. Somebody got hit by a creeper, maybe? I'm not quite sure what happened here, but something did. Yes, one thing that keeps happening is people want to do these vintage sounds and get these things with like the vibe of yesteryear and so on, but they also seem to want to have 127 tracks and 5 layers of buses. And it's like, it's nice that you want that, but that's not really how this works. Or rather, it's a bit of a, you'll find that it's a bit of a waste. It is not needed to go there with that kind of thing. So let's see. What else? Shall we get for some of this stuff? I don't think I need pigments. Could use a spare crafting table. 50-second warning, people who are dealing with ads. Quartz and stone, so that's one way to make smooth brick. Oh, we never got around to making the chiseled. Let's fix that. Leaves a bit of a weird side effect, but that's fine. So we got a little chiseled as well. We got some stone brick stairs, we got some more stone brick. All seems copacetic. And let's see, there didn't actually turn out to be any wood in here, and I was thinking in terms of torches. Uh-oh. Getting bullied by a tiny zombie. While the horse runs around. Oh, got him. I was just observing your tiny zombie a little bit. See, as you get higher level, TR99Z antenna, proceed with caution. Menu QQ has made this. That is apparently the antenna. Okay. So what might be a nice form of make stone brick and like a really dark colored wood, because we got it over there. I'm not sure if we have much in the way of horticulture. I don't know if I have good collections of types of trees and things, or types of saplings. I guess I can check. Like I could do birch, I can do oak. I don't see any dark oak here. Oh, somebody's got prismarine. We've got prismarine added. That's new. And I would have sworn, in fact, I did have cobblestone there. I also have a bit of podzol, which is nice in its way. It'd make for a tacky carpet for a place. So maybe that might be fun. Do we have other kinds? We got acacia. So the acacia, easy. Birch and oak, easy. I still don't see dark oak in case I wanted to do stuff with dark oak. So maybe we will pursue that. That's just regular oak. So it could be in here anywhere, that's the thing. Fancy books, bits of steak. Mossy stone, there's no reason I shouldn't grab that because I'm collecting types of things to put into a box. Oh, and here's some oak wood planks and regular oak wood. Enough to get started. And I should really make a beginning thing up here so that I can go and attend to some of that oak wood stuff. So we'll begin while spawning some mobs in a place where it's fine for them to be spawned. By making a bunch of, and by a bunch I mean apparently 3 chests. Couldn't recognize what they were for a second. Here's that stuff. So that's a start. Now the next thing that might be good is duping up a bunch of podzol. And getting black oak. So there is a very direct way of doing this. We can chop down this tree and replant it from where it was. That'll immediately give us a bunch of black oak, and it's always kind of nice. I've always been fond of Minecraft lumberjack work. Just boop, boop, boop with the axe. Getting your firewood or whatever it is you have. And it's just somehow very enjoyable. But once this starts to despawn and actually drop saplings, we can remake some of that stuff, while also duping up plenty of the black oak wood. But it does have to drop a sapling to do it, so we'll find out. It's important enough that I'm going to wait on it. Also, I'm at a high enough level, there we go, that I should be able to make a snowball dark oak and spawn a giant dark oak. Let's find out. Looks good. So we were offset a little tiny bit, but we have made another one. You know what? I'm also going to want to put a bed up there. Let's see if we can find the makings of producing a bed. We don't make beds out of iron. That is not a thing. But I've got plenty of firewood. We don't make beds out of magma either. That would be most uncomfortable. Quartz. Don't tell me I gotta go and kill a sheep. Or shear one, rather. We should be able to shear a sheep rather than just kill them. In order to, oh, and we can have plenty of paintings. Let's carry a bunch of painting. Ooh, crafty men. Crafty men went boom. Do we have any wool in the boring chest? Signs point to maybe we don't. However, it is time to... No, we're not doing that kind of stream. Oh, there we go. We're not doing an XXX stream, thank you. Not that I have any big problem with that, but that's not what we're here about. Snow, no. Well, we can just produce one. Let's just make a bed. Now the danger there is making your bed was missing or obstructed. So hopefully that's not going to cause a problem for anybody. There we are. Yeah. Like I said, if I'm lucky, within a couple of days, I can be sounding healthier. Being in the dark of winter in Vermont at this time means that you're running the stove and your heat is constantly on, and the air gets so dry that my throat and lungs just sort of flip out. And it's not great, but and it doesn't feel great either, but hopefully... Oh, and there was a bed right there. Yeah, go figure. Hopefully we can get over that and feel a little bit more on top of things before too terribly long. I had mentioned that there was a Walgreens thing, and there is this like mucus control medicine that you can get. It's a combination of not having your nose running and having clearing your chest a little bit. It works pretty good. So let's see, I'm going to want to make more puzzle. Oh, and I never did actually need to make a shears, but I could. We don't seem to have wool anywhere, so that might be an idea. Oh, I think somebody's been building... Let's go and see what that is. That looks like a strangely dense cluster of trees. Like this cannot actually be natural. They don't grow like this. And there's the sheep, so... Or do they? I guess they do. Okay, so if I do need to shear a sheep, I can get a piece of wool and then duplicate it, and the wool can be got here. That's cool. So now the question is, what would we like to build here, and how would we like to build it? One amusing thing might be to do some cobble half slabs to make the roof not spawn. And we can duplicate those things. Although it might be somewhat cumbersome. Still, probably is doable. And hanging around up here is making lots of guys spawn, so that's part of the idea, is making stuff up here to spend time up here so that the monsters will spawn up here. We never did get that chainmail helmet. And that chainmail helmet will allow like really inappropriate magical build things to happen, which could lead to problems. But I mean, that's life, and that's what Snowball is like, is playing this game where you can spend a lot of time building stuff and then having it go terribly wrong. And it's not that you intend for it to go terribly wrong, but it's just kind of, sometimes that's just life, you know. Okay, that just startled the hell out of me. Thank you. That was a sequence of events that I could do without. Where are you? It was a rapid succession of zombie on a chicken for no good reason, meaning that he was like on me like white on rice. And I didn't want to get knocked off of the top of the place, although it probably wouldn't do me any harm. And then next thing you know, the world explodes in fireworks. Go figure. There's a thing. And then this one doesn't even drop any slabs. Next one will. There we go. By all means, summon reinforcements inside this place, wearing chainmail hats. That's what we want. Or even if it isn't what we want, that is one of the things that we can get. That's 3 stacks, that ought to do. Also, I don't think I need this chicken. Eat. Anyways. Oh, and no real reason I can't put the painting there. So this half slab idea, I'm thinking maybe make it so that I don't have to put so much in the way of torches and things on the top because, oh, Craftyman, yikes. Because the half slabs, there's not going to be anything spawning on top of half slabs. And we can maybe even do a design that, I don't know if stuff spawns on stairs either. There it goes. But I can make a non-spawnable top of the roof in such a way that, and I'll be creating more of that soon enough. That it looks kind of plain, but maybe like ramps up a little bit towards the center where there will be a house, and yet remains so that nothing is going to spawn up here, even though it looks fairly simple, because it'll all be half slab or stair. If anybody is watching and is a Minecraft expert, you can answer whether or not mobs spawn on stairs where they don't spawn on half slabs, but I do know that they don't spawn on half slabs. And I'm going to need more. Some of these guys don't have drops. So one of the things I like about systems in general is when their behavior is somewhat unpredictable. You can have the system that is like, yep, here's my cobblestone slab dropping monster. He's going around doing his thing there. But then what if sometimes it doesn't do the thing, doesn't drop him on, you know, drop the block? And it's like, why did you not do that? Because we don't really know, because he just kind of does. You can't really predict the thing. I feel like 3 in and then stairs. And I'll figure out what else to do after that. An overhang might be nice. Or just some comparable way of doing something. Figuring it out is going to be an amusing little challenge without really being terribly hard. This is very much a temporary situation. There we go. Have we got? We've got loads of cobble stairs. Cool beans. That's a start. So if we are, for instance, making cobble stairs like this, like this, like this, Then we can put a pillar in there, even one that is no longer, it can be a little rim around a stone brick pillar, because it doesn't have to be a cobble pillar, does it? And we can get into building that. Similarly, that's shaping up fairly nicely. And then the whole top of the area doesn't really, it can just be blocked off, because there will be no spawnable parts unless things can spawn on stairs, because I know they can't spawn on slab. And we'll see how that rolls. Looking good. Doing okay. Fire is coming along all right. Oh, right, that's right. I would like to also place slabs. I wonder whether this is so neatly symmetrical that there can be a center. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's cool and symmetrical and all, but same here. 1, 2. But there's no space for a center pillar. That's okay, because we're going to do this all over with stone brick, which is going to involve a little bit of doing, because we need to also pave this over with cobble slab. So first things first, let's remove the bits of this that we can. If I take half of this, what happens? One-minute warning for people who experience ads. And let's see, stone brick. So we might as well start with regulation stone brick. Although I feel like maybe cracked stone brick for the pillars feels about right. A lot of weight on these, you see. What I'm going to put on top of here will be quite heavy. So we're going to have some cracked stone brick there. And then, let's see. Well, we can build with slabs, but then we have to design all around the interior, which is nothing so terribly wrong, but still. And we can put off deciding anything further about that by running in and placing the floor for here. Well, Minecraft music merrily plays. There's something weirdly Christmassy about it, honestly. The bing, bing, bing of the xylophones and marimbas and things. It was interesting around here. I had one friend check up to make sure that I was going to be fine with the fact that there was nothing happening here and Christmas Day was going to be just nothing happening. The way that my life has sometimes been, I was quite happy with that. Oh, and there's a Christmas-colored zombie to kill. Yay. Bright red. And he's going to body me and do me trouble. There we go. Got out of there safely. Generally, my way of holidays is to really struggle with that stuff for, like, you know, history reasons, family history reasons, and end up grateful but also pretty well burnt out by the time the holiday is actually over and it is no longer the season. So getting past Christmas safely is always good. And getting past New Year is interesting, although there is one further challenge that I usually face, meaning that I could put something in here too, but let's not worry about that right now. One of the challenges I face is I get my taxes done. And that's the beginning of the year, and I always find that a very stressful time as well. I am so paranoid about taxes. Like, I'm running around making sure that there isn't the slightest thing wrong with any of them and stuff. I feel the reason that it's challenging for me, and we could continue this set of stairs up. We haven't, but we could continue it up. If I figure out a good way of doing that. I'm thinking the reason that it's challenging for me is because it is just a time of turning things over to an authority figure that has all the power and you have none, and you must do the thing correctly for the people, you know. The tax people need you to do the thing right, and you must do that. And so it's always kind of... See whether we can... Oh, missed. Oh, geez, double missed. Let's place a bunch of blocks like this around the outside. There's something about the powerlessness of dealing with something like that where you can have the best intentions and do everything right, and still you're waiting to find out whether, like, my take with that kind of stuff is always rather submissive. It's like, anything you want, you go ahead and tell me, and I will do everything that I can to comply, because that's what I'm here for, is doing the taxes right and stuff. But I mean, I have autism, and I get hung up on, like, if you told me, oh, by the way, they have to be done in longhand and you have to write it in cursive and have good penmanship, and there's a part of me that would be like, uh-oh, okay. And then I would try to do it. Like, I don't really have the capacity to go, well, you're the authority figure here, but I'm going to doubt you, and I think I know better, and I know how to do this. Instead, anybody in a position to be like, well, actually, you're doing it wrong, it's always going to be kind of a struggle. So it leads to there being challenges for me. And I wouldn't say that it automatically is. I'm sure there are people for whom it's not stressful at all, or people for whom it is more a resentful thing, where they're just mad at the idea of ever having to do taxes, and so it just makes them angry. For me, it brings up childhood stuff of like not being able to please mommy and daddy. And when mommy and daddy can throw you in jail, then that's always worrying. That's going to be more challenging. I wonder whether I would like to have half slabs as part of the interiors. I do know that I'd like this stone brick for just the outsides. But that said, we do have the capacity of... What caused that to happen? That's interesting. I swear I wasn't touching it. Invisible dude's opening my stuff. Somebody inside there? Yeah, that or the person who wanted to come and play is actually here but invisible in some kind of hacked client, in which case I would say, hey, have some fun. We can play together, see how that works out. That said, I have taken away... Is that a... I see potion effects. Somebody's got an invisibility potion. I see what you're doing. Well, I know what I'm doing. Which is, let's place a crafting table, which is going to have to be hovering in the air. Oh, and I'm being given an invisibility potion. Thank you. Let's put that in the special things thing. As I don't personally have a reason for having an invisibility potion, but I have a reason for having a bunch of half slabs. So let's firstly check whether I've got enough for the regular stone brick. I'm going to say yeah. Let's even keep multiple stacks of it. And I'm going to make some half slab floors and even duplicate them. So if my monster attacks you because you are invisible and it sees where you are, then hard luck. Oh, hard luck for me as well, apparently. Such hard luck, I didn't even get any drops. Oh, because it wasn't even... I need to put it there. That's how that works. I'm at a high enough level that even the zombies I create are rather intimidatingly fast, as well as apparently very strong. Geez, look at this guy. Infinite zombie here. Thank you. The infinite zombie. If I was to do a Skelly, they'd be really rough at level 64. That'd be really tough. Yep. And then let's make a little step down into the living space. It's going to be a little more spacious than it appears on the outside because of things like that. We can also have a vertical opening as well, where the ceiling is half a slab taller than you'd think. And that might be fun. And we're not really doing as much with the cracked and mossy as I was expecting. But we'll see. Oh, gonna have to take that down. probably need to grind a little more. I do not collect firewood so much as I buy it. There's a place called Tree Hugger Farms, which is a hilarious name, and they'll sell kiln-dried firewood, so I buy firewood rather than trying to gather it. I'm not like Led Zeppelin 4 guy staggering through the forest with sticks on my back. As amusing as that would be, and I'd probably be able to do it to some extent, I get, oh, for heaven's sake, I get enough exercise that I'd probably be able to pull that off, but that is not really how I roll. So I buy firewood much like you might buy another fuel supply like pellets or heating oil. It gets driven over to my place in this giant truck and dumped in my driveway with an enormous bang. It's more of a rumble of the actual dumping of the firewood. And then the gate of the dump truck that they use is swung to the side while the firewood dumps out, and then it leans up on the firewood, and then the truck pulls forward and the gate swings free and goes bang with this deafeningly loud bang. I'm often feel sad for my neighbors, or especially the next door neighbors, when that happens, because it's like I need to do it, but on the other hand, there's no real way to diminish that bang. Speaking of firewood, let me throw another thing of firewood on. I wonder whether I'm going to want to deal with the lens of that overall camera at all. So there's different purposes to be accounted for. What I did was take the lens that I had on there and I replaced it with another one that's more wide angle for sort of a studio overview kind of look. And that is cool in its way. Let's see what we have here. Figure out how to get up. It might be good. Can we climb up in the corner maybe? That could be a thing. How steep do I want that to be, though? And now I'd better grind some more of these. Unless stairs would work. Or just some funky, come up with some funky thing for doing it. What can we do that's a funky thing? Do I even have any fence still kicking around? Yes, I do. Here's some. You can't make stone brick fence, but you can make this kind of fence, and so... That looks kind of goofy, but nothing so wrong with that. You can step up onto this, at which point, okay, let's see how this is going to work. Build and stuff in the rain. So if we had that there, you can actually get up onto that. Meaning you can get up onto that, meaning you could get up somehow. Oh, it is dark. What would be a better way of placing this? Let's move it one over. Make a space for that to go higher. And then make another. And you can get in here just fine. So that works. Can you just walk up there and have that work? You sure can, even though you could fall down. Interesting. I didn't know that worked. And yet it clearly does. So you just go boom. And then I got to make something. Oh, I know. I'll continue the process. I'll continue the process. Let's see how far we can take it. I'm going to need more cobble wall. Can I teach you to use guitar? I'm not sure. You gotta have a guitar. So find one. I can probably tell you some things about it. And I have done that before. Is it in good condition, this guitar? Because they need to be in good working order before they are particularly playable. This works in an interesting way. It's a freaky little trick. A guitar's action is how high up the strings are off of the fretboard. I can show you some things. So let's take a minute. Do I have my bed on me? I can at least pass the night. I may not be able to place it on this stuff, but we can try. Oh, I know, I can place it there. So, this is a guitar, a fretboard. The action of a guitar is how high the strings are off of the fretboard. Like, how far down do you have to push it in order to make a note? This guitar has very low action, so you can actually sound notes by just However, some old guitars have a very high action, which makes it look more like this. Or maybe I'll hold this one. If the guitar's action is this high, it's hard to push down to the string, the frets, making it much harder to play. I have never heard of Collins guitars. So the first thing, Adam, would be, does the guitar play nicely? If it's an old guitar, can you still make notes on it? If it's really hard to make the note happen, it's going to be hard to learn. What you want is something where it plays easy enough that it encourages you to make noises on it. The other part of it is learning to pluck a guitar with your fingers or with a pick. You can also technically use your fingernail as a pick. And that's a whole other thing to learn. Like if you learn what are called folk chords, you might end up learning picking like that. And a number of different guitar players also were able to do that. Notably, Mark Knopfler would play with his fingers, and Jerry Garcia would either play with pick or with fingers. And yes. It is not unthinkable that you could learn to play guitar, and I would help. You would be bringing the guitar and fooling around with it and showing up on streams and telling me how you were doing. That would be the gist of how that would work. Let's see now. Plonk. We are going to want maybe a little bit less cobble things, although I'm still going to need some of this cobble, I think, because I think what we're going to do is make this be a slant, a slope. As cool as it is, I think it's cooler to have it look like a proper stair rather than looking like spaces, even though you can make those jumps. Like what I just discovered was I can have these spaced out like this, and strangely enough, I can go through them just fine, even though there aren't any steps on there. But that said, I would still like to have the stairs. It's just a more elegant looking stairs, seeing as it's this narrow slope going up this way. Look, Asipo, I'm pretty sure that this is Craftyman, because I think that's who does the torches. And I believe this goes over to... Let's find out. I believe this bridge goes over to... the giant arena. The giant ice arena. Yeah, I know, it worked without the slabs. I did not expect that. That was very strange to me. And yet, there it was. I'm sort of going back and forth because the thing is, granted, let me put the floor slab in there. This is kind of insane in an appealing way that it's like, look at that. All I got to do is sort of trust, trust and believe. And then you can have a stairwell, which is like this, and you walk in space, up and down. Down is easier to believe. Up is a little startling. Like, how did this work? Because the thing is, like, if you go slowly, you definitely fall down. The arena, you do whatever you want to in the arena. It is a free ice zone, as we might say. So let's see. Oh, hang on. I think I know something I can do here. It wants cobble, does it? There we go. Nice little feature. It blends right in. I like that better. So I need more stone brick, so it is time, first of all, to eat that small amount of ground beef. Actually, the beef is going to be tacos for dinner tonight. I am hoping that every now and then I will get a winter tomato that is actually not horrible. My mom used to give me a really hard time because I would still buy tomatoes to make tacos with, even though it was winter. And they're not great. They're not yummy. When you get like vine tomatoes in the winter, they can look red and stuff, but they can be real crunchy, and that's not great. However, I have this routine with the tacos where it's about having them sliced up in a certain way and putting them where they're meant. I have a set of... Oh, dude was going after you for a second there. That's daunting. Nice big pillars for this sucker. To reach us to a second floor, which can be literally right here. So let's just make some more of the stone bricks like this. Thank you. And pass the night. There we go. Well, that didn't work. Okay, so there are still some bugs in the system, but technically we can use these stairs. I may go through and put cracked in places where the stone would be under tension. Although it will make it look more fragile, but it's like we are trying to do something aesthetic as well. Start out with just stone brick, because we can make plenty of that, and it's a nice sort of ordinary base material. That's a little too far over to the side there. Let's not do that. Also, got to be careful that I don't hurt my fingers from leaning on the brick placement part too hard. Yeah, see, there's another possibility. It can be for that purpose. You can have a ramp to run up and then eat yourself off and fly. I'm going to make the rocket snowballs and then see how this works. Okay. After you. And see how making that corner goes. Making that corner doesn't go. At least not the first try. You have to jump, so we're going to have to figure something out there. Such as a simple landing pad, and much like the top part of the other place, set it up to just turn and go. And this is going to be a whole other, that's the beginning of a floor. And same basic deal. Although you have to be able to come in this way, I guess. Oh, I remember I was going to use slabs to make some of this be a raised ceiling, so some of the stone bricks get used and some of them do not. Speed demon, flying through so fast you ricochet off of the building. And little hot rods. Hot the rod, spoil the child, Walt Kelly would say. And this is where you come in, so you can't quite have it that way, can you? We'll figure out something else. And that probably wasn't it, but okay, that kind of works. I'm going to want more in the way of half slabs from stone bricks. And then I'm probably going to do something stairwise. Remembering, of course, that we can also do things like floors. Floors and pillars and such. Are we trying to make more withers? Let me know if it worked. Didn't work. You know, if we have such serious problems with it that never ever works, one thing we can do is just I can spawn in another star and whatever, and we can go from there, because once we have it, we can duplicate it. But if we can't make a wither operate in this version of the server, then we're kind of stuck with what we've got. I'm keeping an eye on my stove. Let's see whether any of this thing's dropped. Nope. Pretty much a bit of a nada. No matter. This is a basis for building something on. Now what was I going to do? One of the things I was going to do was make some half slabs. So I can do that by duping more stone brick and making it out of those. Or we can start directly duping the half slabs. $32. There's full stack and onward. Well, that guy didn't even drop anything. I think it's interesting how, even though I didn't plan it that way, some of them spawn with insane HP, then they're just overly powerful for no particular reason that I can see. It's kind of wild that way. So we have the spawny area. Then we're going to have a basement area. And then what I'm hoping to do with these half slabs, the basement area ends up being kind of extended, and this is the area where I'll have a certain amount of lighting, which also means the basement area can have a sticking out at the bottom glowstone lamp. Assuming we don't also have, like, we could have sea lanterns. I saw prismarine. If we have prismarine, then we have access to sea lanterns. It's just a question of who has gotten them or not. I have yet not bothered with that stuff. Also, like I mentioned, it might be fun to derp around. If anybody is interested in me derping around in Godot, there is still stuff that I could do with what that program that I've been doing. There's stuff that I could do, plus if anybody's interested in seeing more of Godot, that's what I'm building it in. So it could also be a showing you around the Godot engine, which is normally a game engine. I'm just using it for a tool. But I am more than happy to spend a little time this afternoon doing that as well. I feel like that would be kind of nice because it's one of the things I need to do a little of. And there we are with 2 steps there. So wooden roof, stone side of the roof. Landing. Let's totally put some kind of landing thing in here. This would be good. You come in this way. This is non-spawnable area, but it's got its own little vibe there. What I need to do is either fill it in with some kind of wall material and or glass. Glass might be nice. And we can maybe even be really old and basic. Glass can be on the outside and then some torches on the inside so that things won't spawn. And that might be a nice little combination. And we can bring this out to the edge too. A 1-minute warning on ads for people who are experiencing ads. And then we get this downstairs area, which is just the foundation upon which it is built, which as soon as I remove this block, it will be also non-spawnable area, so I won't need to actually put torches in there or anything. I can just be the way it is. If you tried, the torches would like either not go or would float in the air. Let's find out. Yeah, no, you literally can't place torches except for like there. And you don't need to because there's no spawnable area. Hey, Vicky. Yeah, well, if you have no idea who I am or what I'm doing, I'm a sound engineer and software plugin maker. I make open source audio plugins, and I do live streaming with Minecraft just to sort of unwind, where I can also answer questions for people. I'm going to make you stop doing that. I'm going to take all of those torches and then I'm going to make you stop doing that. That's going to be a nope. That said, I'll happily take these torches and use them, but that's not the aesthetic I'm going for. More will be revealed. You will eventually see what I have in mind. And we're going to put all of our main stuff here. This being the house that I'm building. So I'm going to see whether, as long as it lasts, any of this can just straight up go away when people get like sloppy with snowballs and stuff. But I'm going to see whether I can come up with an aesthetic. Maybe it's going to be my main base, replacing this one down here, which has all of my actual cool stuff in it. But yeah, Vicky, if you are still watching, this is an unusual sort of version of Minecraft. This is my horse. And my horse is amazing. Except for that's not actually my horse. That's a horse named 300. I did not make that horse. But it is amazing. There's another one up here. Oh, this one literally is my horse. It is moderately amazing, although not as amazing as the previous one. And we're going to try to avoid falling in that hole. I'm going to cover that hole up. I'm sorry. That's going to happen right now. I'm a little tired of endangering these poor horses and dropping them into that hole. So let's go and do that literally now. I'm surprised I haven't thought of it before, but it's always something new to do. And gravel won't work, but dirt will. Check with these torches. This hole's going away. Also, I can pick up these torches and then put them in the house. So that'll be cool. I think there's something about having started Minecraft a long time ago when you had like dirt and basic torches and stuff like that. And you start building and doing stuff, and then you spend time like playing with other people, being on a server, and going through these aesthetic times when the question is like, well, are torches actually the cool way of doing this type of stuff? And it's easy to be like an old school Minecraft person and get kind of out of the habit of having torches be your way of lighting things. And then you get a little more too cool for school and you're like, oh no, torches, aesthetic, horrible. It's kind of like I've seen some people who really dislike diorite, for instance, and so they're super critical of diorite. And it's like, well, but that's just another block. But they're like, no, it looks like static and it looks like garbage, and I hate it. I'm going to make this 2 layers, not 1. That also will give me a certain amount of grass block because I'm doing this with a Silk Touch pick. Woof. You are going to end up heading into the dirt one way or another. The crafty man experienced kinetic energy again. Hey, Manu. Right now what we are doing is filling in the horse killing hole. I did not fall down at this time, but I decided that I've had enough of our amazing horses being endangered by this dumb hole, so we're filling it in. We're filling it in several levels deep even. I guess we're making pork tacos for dinner. Is that what we're doing? Gotcha. Just like that. There we go. I'm going to need more dirt. Or just use the dirt that I've got as well as I can until it's gone, and then start using grass block maybe. Give me the grass block and some more, please. Thank you. And a little more, and we've got an, oh no, that's not a hole for horses to fall into, that's just a pond. Ponds are fine, although it could be a little closer to the surface. That might be fun. Make the pond deeper with a bucket. And Manu looks to be Christmas themed. Cool. All right, that's going to be enough. Last chance to eat yourself out. This area is going to be much safer for horses. going to look like nothing even was happening here. Somebody's eating that pig that got killed. Yep. The amazing horses that are amazing. Just gonna keep extending this area and making it even more safe for the horses not to trip over until we run out of blocks. Not that I actually have to. I could save these and use them for something else. And we could also make it look like natural. And I'll show you how to do that. Huh. You know, I did not know that, Vicky. I have played Minecraft before, but I wouldn't consider myself to be a super Minecraft expert or anything like that. And yeah, that's interesting. Did not know that one. Okay, so this area now looks like a lawn with flowers and stuff on it, which is cool. We could continue it a little bit farther, but and I'm going to steal the rest of those torches, which were here delineating the problem. Manu, one of the things I'm doing is making a house of my own design up on the top of here, in the hopes that I can like make that be my new base. It's not really much in the way of new drops, but part of that is because I'm not spending time up above that grinder, because that would be the time. Somebody has snuck a... Oh, is this a place where you can get in there? We've got like random torches. Are you flying past and placing torches? I wouldn't put it past you. Speaking of things that I would be put past, time to start looking into some glass for the windows for this place. I've got sand, and I've got plenty of ways to make glass. In fact, I even have a good high-speed grinder, so I think I have a plan. I think I know what my plan must be. I'm going to have glass too. I got glass coming right up. You can put that aside. We need to be using the diamond horse armor and the name tags for the potentially amazing horses we can have. Although the 200 level horses are somewhat unmanageable. See, over here, splush. Oh, there's a bunch of dirt, there's a bunch of sand and stuff. Actually, I might have glass in here. And then again, I might not, but I can make it pretty quickly and easily, so that could well be a plan. Here's the thing, if I go in here, I have a nice little furnace rig set up in there. And that will make me some glass out of the 64 stack. Oh yeah, well why thank you. I had my fun with Christmas. My fun with Christmas was dropping Console LA without suggesting to anybody that it was coming. That was my idea of fun. And it was indeed fun. So we got coal. Vines are cool. I don't know if I necessarily want vines around, but it might be a fun thing to add. There we are. We'll have glass in a moment. Oh, and I have all these purple beds. I could steal these from here and use them in the new place. We never use this place, so I'm not sure that the beds are very useful. Let's do that. Let's grab some of the beds and chests and things. X is the way to get those. Strip out this room because we never ended up sleeping here. We just made a furnace here. It's coming along nicely, although everything is being removed by hoppers and placed under there. And glass is coming along. I mean, I'm going to have a full stack. It's coming along at a pretty decent clip, so I'm not particularly worried about that. Then all I got to do is go back to the pigment place and figure out what color I would like the glass to be, which is probably black, but not necessarily, because yeah, this is in the underwater nether wart making place. Never ended up doing anything with these either. We're going to clear out some of this and leave only the ones that I'm actually using it with. For instance, black shulker boxes full of coal. And just random stuff. Getting right finished there. See, the furnaces are not the most sophisticated automated setup, but they're basically okay for what they are. And see, we are next to done. And we are done. So now I just need to get, I believe, 8 ink sacks, which should be a pretty quick affair. One of the things about this base, although it is the cool underwater base, and it has a style, to be sure, sort of a nuclear bunker kind of place, you couldn't really get into this very easily with explosions, although, of course, there are still ways of obliterating any of these. But the soul sand use makes it slow to get around in, and that is somewhat cumbersome. Rose fields. Oh, look, lots of extra ink sacks. Don't even need to replace them. I've got stacks upon stacks of the things. Also, it's 1:18, so this might be getting on towards times for me to make another cup of coffee before it's too late in the day. I stayed up very late to be able to drop Console LA like at midnight on Christmas morning, just so that people would not realize until the last possible moment. But I shouldn't really have stayed up that late, because it threw my internal clock off. And so now I'm kind of staying up later and having trouble getting up in the morning a little more. It's no big deal. It's just a thing. Maybe this is a good enough time to begin doing what I said I was going to do, which is getting ready to do that thing. However, I'm going to do it from the location of the upcoming house. See, nothing's going to spawn in here other than monsters that might end up loading up the grinder a little bit better, and off to make another cup of coffee. I'll be back in a moment with the grinder. Global post fader slot wouldn't help you that much unless you could also assign it to a plugin. That would be where it would really get cool. That fader. Oh, am I getting bullied? Am I getting bullied by people? Look at you looking in. We are all apparently in Sneaky Town today. So yeah, like I was saying, we can jump into the Godot engine and fool around with that a little bit if that's interesting to anyone before the day is out. Because I could look into getting the... my timing was off. Yep. Thing about VST plugin wrappers is that's for somebody else to do. That is not my jam. Finished grinding. Over to brewing. So got out of there just in time, apparently. So, oh, and needing to put away some stuff too. Oh, Plogue Bedule is something that is familiar. Generally, I am more in favor of Blue Cat. Shall we have chests down here in such a way that can you place a cobble foundation on that? No, you totally can't, but I could place a stone brick foundation. Or cobble stairs, which I don't have much of, do I? Although, I think I have more. I totally have more. Okay, so the basis for putting chests in here are going to be little sections of cobble shaped in such a way that you can place the chest on. So, and have we got other cobble? No, not so much, but that's fine. Yeah, for oversampling stuff, I think Reaper is just killing it. Reaper's ability to do that for you. Oh, very good. I'm checking my wood stove to make sure that's going properly. Let's see some of that. Up the crazy spaced out stairs. It's good fun. Oh, and got my coffee. Going to be needing to use that bed shortly. So, coming in from here, the shop can be on the back wall here, but have to get past. So how about a space in here? Not quite as far over as that. So we got to place cobble stairs against something, which is a bit of a burden. Not too bad, but see how far this gets. I dare say that's very plausible to me. We could have these like sticking randomly through the floor, but I'm not sure if I'm into that. I'm feeling like a better aesthetic for that would be, firstly, apparently I cannot pick up these things. There we go. So now if I place cobble stairs, part of them can continue what this is. And then the chest. So this is essentially me building this because I'm enjoying building it. So I wouldn't really expect a can I do this for you kind of scenario. I do not like that sticking out the side, so let's not have that. There we go, and we can't put that guy there, although we could put him one up, I suppose. Or we could have that be flat. That could be interesting. Or we could have it be a half slab. Here I am just kind of thinking what I want to do with this. While I'm at it, we've got some space here, which could be additional space for doing more of that. That might work. Meaning, yeah, excuse me, we can adjust this all in an amusing way. There, see? Offset place for putting another one. And then we can extend that design. Or maybe not like that. How about not? How about instead, we're going to do something that looks right. Beautiful. That's how it needs to be. Go and lastly, just to sort of make the point, and for no special reason, this area steps out just a little bit, extending the cobble. So we got it kind of neatly spaced in here. I do not know whether I can make that go in the corner like, well, I guess find out. Let's find out. If we do this, okay, that's interesting enough. I'll roll with that. Here we go. Sort of, you can climb onto the things from pretty much any direction. There are no blocks to spawn, so this is a place where we can have a minimal lighting going on. And lastly, I am expecting to Now if I put a crafting table under there, it will be obvious that what I have done. Time to move this, which will involve emptying all the rest of this out. I love these space. I can't believe that that works. That's nuts. So here's everything I'm carrying. For the most part. Kind of swapping things around. Well, bear in mind, if you're okay with the basic algorithms of console, I've got every console. That might work for you. That's how I'm getting the combinations that work for the lettered consoles. Alrighty, let's go and clear this out. As well as I can. And let's have rocks and then everything that isn't rocks. Oh, I've got plain stone. Look at that. And then non-rocks. Including a potion of invisibility. Thank you. There we go. More rocks. Ba-doop. Looks like I got a coal block. I'm not quite sure where. I don't remember picking that up. It counts as a non-rock. So do seeds. Have not yet begun to work with the chiseled stone brick, but that's going to be an available option. Oh, and I was going to place some of the cracked stone block. I had in mind that the cracked stone block could be the underside of some of these things, at least when they were too thick, which they're basically not, so it's all good. There's still some bugs in the system. So I'm going to want the crafting table. And I'm thinking it's time to start moving up here and do some basic placing and using of stuff. Oh, I know what might be fun. Firstly, I'll make a few more of these, and then the inside of the... Oh, God. You're close. You're very close. There we go. The floor level inside of the pillar can be crafting table. And I have more than I need now, so... that is handy for crafting with. Suppose I could also have a furnace or something in there. And I think time to go and get some of those beds that I have stashed away in here. That is so funny. I'll never get used to how funny that is. And beds can be along this side, overlooking the edge of that thing. Just in time for using them. As far as the spider eye is concerned, and pretty much that can simply spawn a spider for you. Lucas Epo, your reaction to that is interesting because I have to face similar concerns myself as far as designing a form of console that I want and want to do music with. And so what I'm doing there, I did console MC, knowing that that was my take on the... I didn't realize that this was so close to the... I thought I put this over here. I got confused. Let's not. I had a feeling I was putting this over here, so that's a better idea. There we go, overseeing that part. Now it's time for a bunch of black glass and probably panes rather than giant slabs. But first I want even larger quantities of black glass. So the obvious thing to do is more of my getting bullied by these fools. Or not even being good enough to drop drops. That's irritating. Got there. I think I'm going to need more than one extra stack. And panes. Or I'm forgetting the recipe. How about this? Nope. That was the way. Got there. So let's assume that the roof is lighter, but the stone areas need more reinforcement, so we need to have additional stone in here. May not need to have it be there, though. I need my diamond picks handy. That much reinforcement should suffice. I know full well that technically I don't need any reinforcement because it's Minecraft and these things could fly in the air if they wanted. But it's the aesthetic, and it's figuring out how I would like it to be. This is a 3-block, so I could, in theory, have it look a special way from the outside. Maybe that'd be worthwhile. How would that be? The inside being solid, but then maybe like shaped? Let's see what kind of look we can do. We do have a bunch of stone brick stair. You're gonna be crashing like birds into the glass. As soon as there's glass here, it's gonna be like, ow, boom. So this could be an aesthetic. Well, why are you doing that? Actually, I think I know. Well, that didn't work. Damn. We'll get there. It's just not going to be easy. Boy, is it ever not going to be easy. But we will get there. That said, this could be harder. I don't have that far to fall if I eat myself off at the edge. Nope. That's going to be a no. And we can do the same thing here. And lastly, I'm going to burn a little glass as scaffolding to place the last bits. Because I can break it and it will simply disappear. I could reclaim it, but I'm going to be building with regular glass anyways. And we got plenty more. Lovely. Lovely. One more, and the spare glass will be consumed, and we'll have finished this bit. At which point it's time to quickly So this should be interesting. Can we is that the aesthetic? I think I'm going to want to see that from outside. Well, we've got gaps in the corners. In theory, these could be like shooting people through the holes. I'm not sure how well it would work. I don't have to have that, but I want to see what it looks like. First, oop, didn't mean to do that. On the other hand, I can pick up some of the stuff that I dropped. Sleepy time. Yeah, the thing about doing something like choosing a console type, and the reason I'm finding, interesting qualities of doing it. How does that look from the outside? Can I even see it from the ground? Apparently not. Bit of a moot point if you can't see it from the outside. That said, it kind of looks cool. I can see it from standing here. It is possible to use well, no. I can have a slit window, or have the edge go in like that didn't work. All trying to design this here. I'm trying to figure out ways of doing this that would be good. Could involve things like just busting these panes and going from there. Like the way that goes around is kind of cool, but I'm not completely convinced. Plus also, we do have plenty extra glass, so this is a possibility too. In fact, that looks kind of good. I'm warming to this. Oh yeah. So with this I can scooch right up to the edge, but we've still got that there, and yeah, okay. We got there. That kills. That's awesome. This center part could even be like a sea lantern or a glowstone or something if I really wanted to do stuff like that. I'm happy with the way that turns corners and makes it a distinct thing. That said, we got to have an entrance somehow, but these are not that. Almost. You saw what I was doing. The glazier will not be dismayed or distracted. Yeah, so the idea of it being a huge commitment when starting a project, the idea there is you should be able to be particularly fond of a kind of console. It shouldn't be arbitrary. You should be getting something. And this is why I refer stuff to the kinds of records that are made on a particular desk, and why I have such an interest in that. Okay, so you know what? This is where we come in. So it's getting narrower by the second. You have just moments for making this threading this last needle. You'd have to fly through it. Not quite. Oh, look, it's getting even tighter. Now, can you do it? I still have to figure out how I'm going to make this entranceway work. Okay, I'm not going to touch that. You come back and reclaim your stuff then. And up here. Meanwhile, I will think of how to conduct this bit here. Could simply make it a really tight entrance. You gotta come right in this way. That could work. Yeah. That kind of works. Somewhat speculative, I suppose. How does that act? I know this part works, but how does the rest of it work? Do I get to do exactly the same thing? Signs point to yes. Yeah, that's functional. Oh. Now that we are not actually trying to get through here, we glaze the windows. It's cold out. then this is going to be a little different somehow. Nope. Too late. So this is a glass feature where it's kind of dark that way. I guess that works. It's a pity you don't have half slabs that are like vertical. I would absolutely be using those. Donating torches to the cause, I see. This is half slab for a reason. It gets to be minimalist. I feel like maybe we don't actually need that there. Donating more torches to the cause, I see. I'm taking them off with, if you take them off with a silk touch, does it mean they're still burning? It is all half slab for a reason. There's the creepy under. Put signs up or something. See, now this would be, I've been donated a bunch of torches. Let us use them in a slightly but not wildly excessive manner, even though nothing's going to spawn here. And that's what we're talking about. Oh, and we never actually put in this reinforcement on this side, so this needs to be redone. Which will give us a few more torches, and so we're going to have a little bit of sympathy prize as far as torch madness is concerned. And once I've done that, we got double torches up top on every wall, and that's what we're talking about. That's what I consider an aesthetic. The torches are high up, and there's no place on the floor or anywhere else you can put them, not counting like there. And so this is where we can have some torches. I just wish I had a way of like indenting in here. You know, actually I probably do. I could make this, except for it would screw this up, so never mind. Yeah. And I'm liking the look of this little basement room. Now to upstairs by the incredibly frightening staircase. And probably go and find some more places for chests. Because I don't have places for chests. Oh, didn't mean to do that. There's still some bugs in the system. I'm thinking, yeah, there's literally one chest left up there, but I can make more. Oh, and there's the rest of them. No, the plugin at the moment is Console LA, And I think it's coming along pretty well. Like, I think it went over pretty well with people. As for programming, we might return to the, oh man, look at that. You can see the Airwindows sign from right there. We can return to the way that I'm making these Reverb things and fool around a little bit with the software that I'm using for that. Let's see, there's where my bass lives, and so therefore, oh, and I could do the same aesthetic here. It wouldn't end up being quite the same though. In fact, I'm no longer sure I like these crafting tables being there. It's like, I am feeling much doubt about these crafting tables. Gonna have to do something different. Also, I have this door here, so that becomes a different thing as well. And, well, for starters, I suppose I can fill in this here. We could have just floor-to-ceiling flat windows and a inner space here rather than the pillar, because this doesn't need to be as heavy because this is in the top floor. So we're kind of designing, we're right near the clouds. If I went up a little bit taller, look at that. If I went a little bit taller, the clouds would be coming through space. As it is, the clouds would be coming through the ceiling, and I might be, well, I don't think I can make the roof so high that the cloud passes through the roof. Oh, I should make a skylight so we can see the flying mushroom. That's somebody who's a Gong fan. And how about... little chest locations. Actually, I'm not going to be able to use that one unless I have a openable block above it, so maybe not. Probably the weirdest reverb I've made, Backs the Red, is Chamber AR, because it's a little bit ahead of its time. Like, it didn't really work. Chamber AR is kind of bad. Oh, look, I have two more. I can put more chests in the corner here. Or indeed, since this is the remaining corner, we can face it in both of the directions. Just like that. Good enough. I think I would like to start finding the... Am I carrying the dark oak? Oh, I've got it in here. That's what it is. And the podzol, probably not going to work as a covering. We could do different kinds of wood color. Like, for instance, I think I would like to have lots more dark oak for making really big, heavy logs. So we're going to grind a few. And this way, I can't be knocked out of the window by this Mr. Dude. So we can grind up a bunch of stacks of this stuff, or at least if he's going to drop his drops, then he can make a stack of... Oh, That's probably going to be enough. 1 minute warning for ads for people who are experiencing ads. Man, I gotta love that crazy, the way that this stairway goes, it feels like such a wildly unsafe thing. And in fact, going down it or dealing with it in any other way, it's greatly disturbing, but it kind of works. Oh, and I'm going to need to make more of the glass panes. That's probably a fine time to... Oh, and I'm going to want to put some... I'm going to want to put some doors in there, but I can make that out of the logs too. Oh, Craftyman. Oh dear. This guy at least is being cooperative about dropping stuff. I guess we're getting some of the pain some of the time. There we go. That's a big old pile of panes. This stairwell is a big old pile of pain. In fact, I can use piles of panes to get up onto the spots I want to get onto. You can walk up those like they're stairs. And place logs, hopefully just right. How about that? Nope. But it's a start. Climbing up panes that way is not as easy as I thought it was going to be. And I'm thinking maybe I want to vary from this design. The question is, do I want it to stick out beyond the edge? Because we've got a couple of these places where I need to clip off the one that I initially placed. Up and down it goes. So we can go one over. That'd be kind of cool. I could probably continue to do cross beams this way. In fact, we can have them cross even though that makes no real logical sense. Like this. A sort of back and forthy. It's like a log cabin, only not. There's a sort of a little X of additional. So those are the primary beams, but then we need to lay other beams on top of them for making a roof. Oh, and sleep. We could also sort of extend outwards for a kind of balcony. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical, and at this stage I'm going to have to do another thing to be able to climb up. I was thinking like going out here, but then that wouldn't be... Uh-oh. We are duplicating a little bit more in the way of guys and stuff, so he's going to fall off the edge if you're not careful. On the other hand, that's one way to kill him. And here's a way for me to get up to this part. This is not even. We got 1, 2, 3 here, and 2 here. So we're going to cut that down a little bit. So how am I going to do a center beam when I can't really do a center beam because there is there would have to be a double center beam. Well, I can literally do a double center beam is what I could do. Or we could have them spaced out, like... Actually, what am I even doing? We're going to be extending it like this. So... and 45 and 26, that's more than a stack. Maybe that's going to be enough. Oh, better idea. First, let's make sure we've got enough of this. Oh. Food time. It's not going to be too long before it's time to start making or thawing out taco materials. There's all of our wood for building more stuff like this, and here was the thing I was thinking of, and in fact I will be doing it like, and there's the clouds. Those should totally be stood up on end. And we do this. Then we do, let's see, we do a sacrificial glass block again. Twice. Lovely. Now, assuming I aimed properly, we're going to have a proper roof that will actually work and be like plausible and stuff. Might look like heavy logs, but it's on top of stone. And it is in the clouds. Oop. Well, no, your head's in the clouds when you're up there. So now it's a question of whether there will be a skylight and putting probably stairs, for roof parts. And that'll be very much its own thing, but I'm probably not using, we're not going to use dark oak for that because everything is already very dark. Let's put some up. Those are not my things. We'll leave that alone. Put some of the rocks and glass up here. And not so much worried about oak planks, and we're not ready to place all of the windows in yet. And I'm going to want doors. And the doors are going to be, did I take away all of that? I did. I took away all of the crafting tables, didn't I? Because I didn't like them. They weren't aesthetic. Oh, live and learn. Fine. And what was I going to do with this again? I feel like I was going to do something with dark oak, and now I don't remember what it was, and it was just a moment ago too. It wasn't making windows, because you don't make that out of oak. It wasn't making stairs, because we're not making stairs that way. It wasn't making chests. It wasn't making crafting tables. I've got crafting tables. I've got chests. Doors. That's what it was. It was going to be making doors. Because we have this corner here, and we can make some awesome doors this way. Now that's the trick, however, is making it in such a way where the doors make sense. They kind of make sense. And they do their thing. They don't go all the way up to the top. We could also make it facing this way. That might be cool. Let's see what that's like. Give me them doors. Here we go. Well, that doesn't work at all. Oh, I know we could... No, that's terrible. We can do a zombie-proof door. Like that. That is a proper zombie-proof door. Because this is it being closed, and technically this is it being open. Oh. For the love of torches, got to put a couple of torches on this bit here. We will hope it doesn't set fire to the logs, but it probably won't. So you can't just have torches literally anywhere. You have torches in the place that is cool, so that it looks nice. Yeah, I'm liking that. I am, however, skeptical that these beams are not high enough. I'm feeling like with the angle that this is, it needs to be one higher, which is a daunting proposition. Nothing to it, though. Well, something just happened there. Oh, I just jumped on the bed. That's all that happened. And those are the ones I want. I got lots more, but... Now I gotta go up and finish them. Or down and get my missing pieces of wood. And then back up on the crazy stairs. I can't believe this works. It's so messed up that that works. I'm sure it's not particularly reliable. Oh, I'm doing that thing of like picking up a thing and then placing it in a way that doesn't make any sense. That should do it. And then on top of this should work. Oh, got it. And then this ought to be the answer for having a correct angle to the roof and having it sticking out the right amount. And a little heap, or not. Let's see whether that is actually a doable thing. I felt like it should have been. 8, and then down to this one. Yeah, it was a doable thing. It was not that I could not do that, I just derped it, as one does. Well, or as I did, anyhow. Can't speak for one, I just know that I derped it. Up the crazy stairs. I don't know whether I'm going to do something to change that at some point or just embrace it and keep it the way it is. But I do think that we've got a working roof beams. They're pretty high, but I think it'll work. Boop. 1 minute warning on ads for those who experience ads. Now another yeet. I assume when I say 1 minute warning on ads, it does make sense for some. Whether it matters is another question, but I'm pretty sure that it does apply to some. Now the question is, what do we put here and how far over does it go? Oh, I know what I should get. I should get leaves. Leaves will be very disposable in this way. And we're about ready for panes. Although we may very well literally run out of panes. But we're about ready for pane placing. Perhaps not. It is 3x, but this is maybe not as many layers as I thought. See? Oh, I just thought of something I could do. Probably needs me to, I can do it around the panes so I can finish this. We can have better view for aiming down and looking down by having these be stairs, and it'll still go to the floor, but then it'll cut away and make better visibility. And that'll be pretty cool. See, that totally could be stairs right there. There's that. So, ooh, hello. I see what I can do here. There's a bunch of things that I can do, actually. Getting into that enthusiasm zone, wanting to make and do stuff, which is, of course, the point of the exercise. Is derping around. Yep. What was I saying about learning guitar? I showed somebody what action was and advised that if you were learning guitar, you should choose one that has low action so that it's easier to play physically. I'm going to make scaffolding out of simple oak wood planks. And bust those because this makes a perfect little overhang. Lovely. There, and you can see the you can see that through there, and then I got to put a roof on that works and looks like a roof or something along those lines. I can maybe go down more steeply, we'll see. And I'm tempted to have the angled part be on the outside, but I could also have the angly part be on the inside. Anywho, we're going to have a lighter color of birch for that. And then when we're hanging around up there, we can spawn mobs in here and see whether they drop anything as the dropper. All this time I've been up here, has anything spawned? Maybe a couple? Sort of builds up a little bit, I suppose. And I could grab some carpet, of course. Use that up there as well. So, birch saplings. We can get that happening pretty easily. End up with a bunch of birch wood without too much trouble. I'm going to move over here, though, rather than... Well, actually, it's not going to do any harm to this, so... Gotta love my lumberjack jam. Oh, and I specifically wanted to get some leaves for scaffolding purposes. Let's see to that before I go any farther with that. We can burn right through a bunch of leaves and then have all the scaffolding we want. Somebody playing with magnets? Leaves are very quick also. And that'll be a great solution for scaffolding making. A couple of stacks already. Oh, and over here. So much for that. Okay, I used that up real quick. We will assume that that was enough. And we'll probably just have to pillar up to get the rest of this. Oh yeah. the leaves will eventually decay. I guess we're exploring the experience of that. Meanwhile, I'm exploring the experience of I'm at such high level that I make incredibly tall trees that are then a pain in the butt to chop down. But we'll get there. Oh yeah, look at that weird grinder top chalet de mob. Now the rest of this stuff is just falling down, and I've got a bunch of birch leaves. So prepared to go and start placing blocks. The question being, what angle do we choose to be the outside, and what angle do we choose to be the inside? Because I'm telling you, you got to do it at a dead run to get there. Actually, I'm not sure if you do, but you certainly couldn't do it at a crawl. Oops. So there's a bunch of birch wood. Let's make sure we've made more. It's getting to be nighttime, clearly, so nice sunset. Now I step outside for a moment because there's a thing that I must do involving mean creepy mobs. Doing this. But I should only need to do it more than once because he didn't drop an extra stack of. Come on, you. There you go. That's what I was looking to do. Just barely made that. We are standing in the middle of the stairs. Interesting. How do you manage that? And lots of stairs, lots and lots of stairs. Remaining lots of stairs. That's 3 stacks. That's probably enough for a scene. It's certainly enough for a start. So if they are on the inside, Our first step is all this birch leaves. Oh, I forgot when you break leaves, you get drops sometimes. I made a drop. And we're in the clouds. It is hard to see in the clouds. Here comes the edge of a cloud. Dun dun. It's swooping along. Or maybe that's not what it was. Oh, I guess that was. Well, now hang on a second. Do I even need to place these? Perhaps not. But I can do the other side if I can jump over here. Oh, I don't have to jump over here. There's glass. Ta-da. Oops. Let's explore how this works first. Oh, Crafterman. Oh dear. I wonder if I have any iron up here. I could make another. I'm also trying to remember whether you can place carpet around a bed without interfering with it. But yeah, let's start getting wiggy with some of these stairs. I think we can start just like this. Like that. Nope. At this stage, we need additional help. So, leaf party. my Silk Touch will take this down quite nicely. That's not necessarily good for horses. I advise against this. Have some kind of super jumpy horse. All right. Steadily we progress. This might be a concept that works out. We'll see. It might just work if I don't fall off of the leaves. And the outside will look a little different, but the inside, I think, is looking about right. I should also check to see whether maybe the outside looks fine. 1 minute warning on it, as it is with leaves all over it. Like, if that looks great, then I'm basically done. Hang vines or something. Excuse me. How we doing? So clouds sift through the roof of this. Oh, hello. What's that about? There we are. God, excuse me. I don't mean to be coughing up a storm. Almost ready to finish that up and then probably scoot around outdoors, cleaning up the extra stuff. And it's 3 o'clock, so it's like 2 hours until end of stream. I could finish this up in, oh, well, are we trying to ride the horse into bed? I could finish this up and do a little bit more of that Godot stuff, which I was talking about. It's not unthinkable. Finish up with that. Again, it's not that many folks hanging out and being here for this, but it's available if you want it. And it might be what I do anyhow, regardless, but certainly if anybody asks, I'm absolutely going to comply and be like, why, yes, let's do that right now. So how does this place look with grass for a roof? Not bad. I could see that being a thing. I just have to trim the outside edge, that's all. Which I can even do in such a way that I get the blocks back. Well, if I go chase him, I will. And we could put a thatch over this too. How's that seem? I've got a goodly number of blocks here, so there is a layer of dark glass too, so it's going to be a little darker, but on the other hand, this could work. Now let's see what that looks like. I thought there was a skelly down here for a moment because those thin trees against that made it look as if there was maybe a skelly. That would have been disconcerting. Okay, so when it's clouds, it's definitely in totally clouds. But when the clouds pass, as this one is about to do, it should look different. And it does give you the feeling of like, okay, we are so highly in the clouds. I'm speculating on leaving the drafty areas there open so that you can find them. I don't know. Then glass and thatch. It's aight. I'm not super impressed, but it's okay. I am going to want to figure out something for these spaces, though, assuming I want to seal it in. I may want to seal it in. Here's some more stacks of grass. Conveniently, you can open stuff into grass. So let's see. Sticks out this far. So similarly to the previous one, the first one starts here. Didn't mean to place that, but it gives me a start for the next layer over. And we actually keep these if this goes along with how the previous one worked. Such a brushy noise. I suppose I could simply place leaves in the middle there. I don't think you can fly through leaf canopy. Maybe you can. If you can, that's totally the answer. And then that made the top edge, so then we just needed another edge up here. So we might as well place that now while we're up here. Okay. And let's see, the coffee is gone, long gone. It's too late in the day anyways for me drinking more coffee. So we are running low on the leaves, but that's okay because we're basically done. Up. But I do need to step back a little bit to do this one. We'll be coming to pick those up in a moment. Oh, that's right. And that's as far up as I'm going to need to go. Actually, can I skip a level? Wouldn't that be cool and save time if I could skip a level? Let's find out if it is true. Not only can I skip a level, it looks like I can do literally all of the remaining ones from here. That's nice. I like that. As bedtime approaches and I place stairs in Crafty Man's head, and then break for time to sleep. Alrighty. back to the leaf mines. Oops. That's kind of close, but it still seems to be working just barely. And got there, and the previous ones are now placed as well. So the only remaining question is glass or leaf? That's glass, not leaf. So let's have a look at it and see what it looks like. Because we can make more leaf. Maybe not totally thrilled with the glass look there. However, I'm also not that thrilled with the leaf either. How about some kind of interesting so that's kind of cool. We can make it a little bit more curvy that way. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I can even throw some glowstone in there. Yeah, that's an interesting take. Lovely high ceiling for being able to put some light production in. Yeah, I'm liking the look of that. And we've got plenty more birch stairs, so that's perfect. I think that'll look good either way. Oop. So if we place one here, very good. Then, very good. Then, very good. Got there. So we do a sort of louvred effect. Those can be like the air vents. And same deal. There, there, and there, and there. Boom. And what I meant by a louvred effect is it could conceivably tuck a block of glowstone in there somewhere or something like that. And we could put a topiary arch inside over the beds. Wouldn't that be funky? And complete. Oops. Did that by mistake. Let's pick it, let's put it back. So here's the terrifying stairs. And lovely. Oh, and you know something? We can even make some allowances. If I'm remembering correctly. What have we got around here? There are places that would look lovely with a torch. So we'll throw some torches on in a suitable place, and it actually looks good. And it lights the place up. We'll even throw on, thank you, extra torches there, but not there. I stand corrected. Okay, that works. I'll keep it. I'll keep it. It looks like it's a doorway with horns. This is the entryway towards the satanic horns of Ra. Oh, and it matches the ones I have on the outside. That's crazy. I did not expect that, but it kind of works. That's more torches than anybody needs, but you can only see 2 of them at once, and so I am satisfied with it. Time for bed. Ooh, music anywhere. Well, I'm happy to hear that. That's the reason I did it. Like, people were talking a little bit earlier about trying to do different versions of console and how you would know whether you had chosen the right one. And the answer is that you kind of get a sense. And it depends upon what kinds of album you had or what works for you. 1 minute warning on yet more ads. It seemed to be throwing a lot of ads, but what are you going to do? Well, I mean, what I could do is refuse to let them run, but we're not actually going there right now. Instead, I'm just going to put some carpeting in. We've actually got lots of carpet. In fact, I can literally go right up to this corner, strangely enough. Maybe I'll do that. This is perhaps more carpet, too much carpet. It's maybe too much carpet if I've run out. I mean, I could get more, but let's see how much this carpet actually becomes. So if it doesn't need to come literally to the front doorstep, didn't expect that. That gives me some back to place in here. And that gives me some more to place here. And then I can come in from here. And there we go. Even enough for a throw rug over here. So there we go. Carpeting. There is more carpet, but this is all of the carpet that we've got on us at the moment. Oh, maybe these are yours. Presumably so is the nether rack. I could make colored carpet and have that be a little bit more interesting. But for now, not particularly worried about it. And you know, I think maybe that will snow blocks. snow blocks that are on fire. Yeah, so with that, I'm going to call it a day. This is a place where if we're hanging around up here, then guys might just be spawning down below. We shall see, because here is the direction for down below. So has anybody been spawning? And the answer is maybe. There's a couple of other, I don't think they came from drops. So on that note, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up here to the not entirely full of things base, but still the new base, which also counts as a spawner. And I'm going to log off and we're going to jump into Godot. Because I mentioned that that was a thing. See, we've got under here, nothing will spawn because it's half slabs. And the crazy stairs. And yeah. So let me see, out of here. So that was kind of neat. So let's maybe spend about an hour and a half in the newest Godot engine. Check it out. I finally got Godot to work as Godot Mono, meaning I have the version of Godot that will do C# programming. That said, I'm not actually doing C# programming in it, but I could. And we'll scooch it over so that we can see all of the bits except for whatever is hidden underneath me. It'll occupy the same amount of space as the program. And here's what I've been up to. This is the code that made this thing that we can run. And here we have it making stuff and running really, really, really fast. And then we hit halt, and it draws a picture of what it's just made and analyzes it and spits out this stuff, which is my reverb constants. And when I hit search 5, it kind of chugs a little bit, but it starts doing the same thing. What I'm wondering is, maybe now what I can do is throw another log in my fire. So why don't I do that while it chugs away a little bit? Hopefully trying to make another reverb. I have some fire break in the back of the firebox that I need to get some refractory cement in there. It's apparently not that big of a deal if the soapstones in here crack. It's just that this particular bit of soapstone is cracked so badly that like bits of it are falling behind other bits of it. And although I'm pretty sure I see steel behind that, I would still like to patch that if I can. We're going to see whether maybe I can't patch it. So that's a lovely smooth plot of how this is supposed to look. Thing is, I feel I can do better. So we're going to quit out of that. And we're looking at a little close-up of the Godot engine in my streaming setup. Scooch it over just a little bit like this. So here is the one I want to look into. This is the script section, the 2D section. I think I can do, yep. Gives me a picture of what this interface looks like. Like it's making a window that is this size, and that's shown by this fine line. I can do Command plus or minus to zoom in and out. And we can move these things around by like clicking on the various bits. This, I think, it's text direct. Text direct is the graphic that I'm drawing behind this, and that is drawn by this thing. It happens to be all the way in the back. This is called code, and it is a text edit. See, I went to change type of code, and it shows me what kind of thing this is. It's a multi-line text editor. This, seats, is, let's see, same deal. Click on that, go to change type. That is another text editor. It is a multi-line text editor, and it's not using it as a multi-line. So this is a game engine. Like what you're looking at is a video game. I could draw all of these things and put like collision boxes on them and have a little guy hopping around on all of this stuff with the reverb rendering happening behind it, or the reverb rendering smacking the little guy around. This is a text editor. This is a 2D game. If I went to 3D, we don't have anything drawn here. We've got a little rotating thing where we can move stuff around as we see fit. And that's a 3D space, but there's nothing in here because we don't have a 3D view. We're using a 2D view. And we're based on Node 2D. That's the basis of all of this stuff. The way Godot runs, whether it's in a video game or whether it's in this, you start with a node, which is some kind of thing, and then other stuff gets added to it. So we started with a node 2D, and then we added all of this stuff. Like here's the text direct. There's a bunch of text edits. This is where it works with the durations of the reverb parts. And it reads the stuff off and uses it as a number, and it just goes through all these things all the way to the end, text edit 25. Target seats is also readable. It is another thing. These are buttons. Again, you can place a thing on here and decide what kind of thing it is. You can even see the little icon over here. It looks a little bit like a button, just like that looks a little bit like a text field. And you sort of place new things. For instance, add node here, and add node button, and create. And we have just made an extra button. It's off screen, so you can't see it. And I don't need to have it be here. In fact, it is a child of Search 5. We don't want that either. But we can change that by scooching it over here. And when you look at this bit over here, you see that Search 5 has a script associated with it. See, it says Search 5 GD, and button does not have a script associated with it. But we could add one if we wanted it to do a new thing. Since we don't need to do anything of the sort, we just made that to show you that you could make a node. We're going to delete node button. And this is how this stuff works. This particular one is running by having code in these buttons, and it runs off of those. There's halt and search in different sizes. Using the full range of 5x5 is search 5 or halt 5. And normally what you do is You click one of these, and you click search, and it runs. And then you click halt when you're ready to stop. And the longer you let it run, the more likely it is that it's going to come up with a really good reverb. They also do something else, which is, say, search 5 here. Or let's go to search 3 instead. They're very similar, but here's search 3. So you notice that when you have ready, it says extends button, so we are based on the idea that it does button things. It has certain things that it can do, like be pressed. And we've got variables up here, which are within the context of each button. Like, you can't necessarily talk to one button's odds number from another button. They've got those things, but they're not shared across everything. This belongs in the button that it's in. I think you can make them public. And of course, doing C# means that it's more C-oriented. This is actually GD script, which is not the fastest way to do this stuff. Ready means we've launched the game, because this is a game engine, and opened the window and created the thing. So once you've created the button, it does these things. It does the variable display becomes something. In this case, it becomes an image that is more than 8,000 pixels wide and only 3 pixels tall. Now you might say, well, it looks like it's drawing vertical lines. That's because it's 3 pixels tall, but it's stretching out to fill the screen. What it does there, and you notice also it says display fill color black. I could use other colors. For instance, I bet red's a color. So now if I run it, oh, and it's giving me some options so I can see what those colors are. I've typed that in and it's giving me choices. So let's actually go with dark red as long as we're fooling with this. And if I press search 3, it's not showing in red, and that's because it is drawing it in black again in a different place. So we'll hit Alt 3. Also, search 3 is not rendering at the moment, so we'll look into fixing that as well. But we quit out of here. We'll go back to filling it with black to start, because no reason not to, really. Maybe let's look into why that is not drawing. We've got it at brightness of 1 for both of these things. Oh, but we have it. I found why it was doing the thing. The initial thing renders in brightness of 1, and it does this code. And the code draws stuff on the screen, maybe before you even display it, but it's drawing stuff on the screen. It's doing display get pixel and then set pixel. So it's adjusting stuff. We don't really do that game-wise, but I'm using it as a really big database. There's other databases I could use, but this is the one that I'm doing so that I can see it go. And this is the calculations that I've got as far as tracking how it thinks about it this way. And then we do this rotated, which makes the whole grid shift over, and then it does the same thing over again. And it's keeping track of a thing called most, which is how much difference between pixels it has. So do you see where I scrolled into the place where I saw what I did? This says brightness 1, and if I say halt 3, it says brightness 1, and that's all you get from this one. We can close the rest of the regions so that it kind of fits onto the screen. And you can see that it's drawing with brightness 1, but when we go over to here, we can compare this to some of the other ones. Like there's this bit towards the end, kind of down here. It says make begins array for second layer check. Well, This also has make begins array for second layer check. And what I'm doing is I'm just starting with each of the numbers that are in the scaling. But this says brightness 0.1 because that's what it wants. This one, after I close the rest of the stuff up, it's a little bit glitchy. Like, see where it says end region there? I think I can make that go away by doing it like this. So we can tighten up that a little bit by just opening and closing it. They're probably going to fix that in an upcoming update. Here's search 5. But you'll notice how this says brightness 0.5, because that's what it happens to want for that particular context. That one's brightness 1, although maybe that would do better with 0.5 as well. That one's brightness 1, but then we've got this line in here. This is almost certainly going to be why it's not doing what I thought it was going to do. Why, when it runs, you can't see what it's doing, is because it's becoming too dark, because we're setting brightness the way it would show up on the screen, but then we're setting it over again with something that I did last time around. If I delete that, it should run just fine, and this time it's showing these changing as they go. And that's how this looks when you're doing these lines multiplied sort of, it's the every variation of this, but then it's also starting at every variation of these. And that's what the spacing is. And then when you hit halt, you get sort of a extension of that as it goes. And we see how they reinforce each other into bright areas. And same deal with that. We have made it brighter, so now it's very visible that way. This does have an effect on how I calculate it, though. So I might want to dial that back a hair. See, it's darker, but search 4 is brighter. And then if we do search 5, it's going to show, but it's going to show very dimly. And then halt 5 is also going to be on the dimmer side. Well, no, that's not as dim as all that. So let's look into this. If I made search 3 for the second layer check, which is the only one we're really seeing, 0.5. We could also do similarly both of those are set to 0.5 now, so if I run search or halt, it's going to be dimmer. Now, why would I want to do that? Because I'm looking to calculate on the basis of going through this after it's been drawn to look for unusually bright areas. And like fully white is going to be so bright that I basically don't really need it at all. And see, that's, again, that's on the fully, actually, no, hang on a second. Hang on a second. That's a wholly different routine. So halt 3 is the one that I pushed, and that one I never updated that bit. So how about 0.618? Golden ratio. Gotta love it. We'll make each of these be brightness of and see how that renders. Because when we do stuff to pay attention to how it works, we need to have a way for the extreme values to come in as being extreme values. And we're seeing the final result, so we should be able to see if they are, 1 minute warning on ads. So we should be able to see areas where some of the lines, see, they were lighter color, they were brighter. And it's chasing the number in a different direction now, but that's going to change again because I'm going to change the way that it calculates this fitness function. That said, it's busily chasing down this direction to where it can bring in this calculation. And then if we hit halt, it's going to be a little dimmer because it was 1, and then we pulled it back to 0.618. And sure enough, when we plot that out using halt, it's a slightly different calculation. It's stretching it out this wide. And we can see that some of these dots have been reinforced a great deal, like multiple echoes have landed in this spot, which is why it's a white color. So we'll quit out of there again and go back into Search 3, because a lot of this stuff is not going to need to be updated. Like we can make these in regions. Pretty much every time I go back to here, it seems like it's make an end region poke out. That's fine. I'll learn to live with it. So what's going on here is I've got these regions labeled. I think we've lost viewers. Let's see what's going on. Nope, it says there's 5 people watching. It is okay if this is tedious. It's just something that I wanted to do before the day was done. So, granted, as much as it would be, I could return to Minecraft and stuff. This is the guts of what I do, so I like throwing in a little bit of that as well. So, we're doing stuff here. Like this is disable other buttons, so you can only push the one that you're using, and you can't make multiple things work at the same time and then try to update on the screen at the same time. At the end, I put the buttons back here. This is a game engine, and this is a tool that I made for the purpose of being able to calculate out reverb algorithms. This is drawing the echoes of a reverb with the delays inside it of these values. And it's randomizing the values with some constraints, but it's really doing a lot of randomizing. You see how this is going? Every time this number changes, it's trying a new value. When this changes, it's when the new value was better than what I had before. And then when I hit halt, it draws a picture of it and plots this out like here. And then I can copy that and I can bring it over, paste it into my reverb, and it works as a reverb. So that's what this does. And what we're doing down here is the way this works. I'll ignore the disable other buttons. We've got this stuff like ranges and scalings. This is where some of that stuff comes. This is me making up ways to manipulate what this thing does. Region populate with random values. This is bigger in like search 5 because search 3 is just a 3x3. And how do I define better is exactly what this is all about. It's like I have to make up the idea of what would mean better, and this is what I want to try today, like right here. Although it is 3:51, so I'll tell you what. While we are kind of staring at this, I'm going to do I do not think it does I don't think that this is actually a multi-threaded. I can run multiple instances of it. I'm going to use the facilities and rinse out my cup and also get my food ready for tacos tonight. And I'll be right back. I'm back. I am going to need to get some more Monterey Jack cheese because I'm running a little bit low, but I had enough. In fact, I had enough ready to go that I'll be able to make my tacos once streaming is done. But yeah, the question about how do you define better in this case is an incredibly good question, because that is the heart of all of this stuff, whether it be making a reverb producing program or making a game. It's never so much about looking up the answer or whatever, like, okay, so where is the definition of better for this thing? No, the heart of this stuff is in making up new rules for how these things can work. And we're going to do that, like literally right now, for the last hour of the stream. I've got search 3 ready. If these all work basically the same way. So populate with random values. Populate with random values. It's bigger because it is over a larger area, but every one of these has all the same stuff. This has an even bigger populate with random values, and it's a little weird because it's trying to do it leaning towards certain ranges. This is another example of better, where this says delays append, and it has all this stuff in it. And what's going on is it's taking every position in that search 5, and it's doing append random range or random integer range. That's what rand I means, is random integer range. And it's 1 and then something else. It is going off of a thing called room size, which is the seats thing. I came up with a way where it starts to make variables, and I just experimented getting to the point where I could do random numbers that seemed about right. So the range is between this and this. Now you'll notice that they start out as a bunch of very different numbers. And some of these numbers are quite large, like one of them is room size to 700 or 800 to 1200. It's a big range of possible outcomes. Some of them, like for search 5, the one in the corner is always going to be 11 because that is a prime number and it's a small number, so you're always going to be able to fit that in there. And then we've got a bunch of other possible things that can be as small as less than 11. Those will never typically work. In fact, well, I am debating changing that, but it won't really matter because these can be very random. It's combinations, wild combinations, but they do kind of creep up in that I found there was an arrangement of numbers where it typically had the small one in the corner and so on. Let's run this and show. When I hit search 5, it starts using that. And what's written down in here, this has nothing to do with what would actually be a good number. For instance, if I hit halt 5, it'll show you what this is. And it's nothing very impressive. But delay A is 5003. Delay B, 4349. C, 3323, and so on. But if I search, all of a sudden, this little one is 11. And these are all different random numbers, but it's trying to find the combination that makes the best reverb tail. And what constitutes the best? I decided it was when they combine together and make a sort of blur of echoes, it should be the most seamless, featureless blur of echoes possible, which is not something that you can necessarily do just by having 25 different reverbs going into each other. It's like that has to make spacings that are, for instance, let's do a really quick search 5 and then halt 5. We'll take the very first one and bail right out of there. So having done this very quickly, or indeed I could make it bigger so that it shows up better, 800 to a very one take the first one I get. Beach Ball of Doom saying it's really struggling to think. So what we see here is I ran search 5. I took the very first answer I could get, and this has stripes all through it. Notice how the other one was smoother? This one has stripes all through it. My assumption is that bursts of echoes that are sort of fluttering like that will sound less good as a reverb. It's regular stripes. It's like this is the kind of thing where it's going to sound kind of fake. It doesn't sound smooth. And that's because this bank of numbers aren't really very good at making a reverb. And this would not sound like my Melt plugin. It would sound like the reverbs, the K series of reverbs, more than anything else. The Melt plugin would be single lines rather than even this blurriness. But they would be single lines that move in pitch, which none of this moves in pitch. So instead of these gray spaces, you'd have like single sharp lines, but they would be all moving in pitch, whereas this is a blur of echoes, but they're not moving in pitch. Well, let's jump back into this, because I was just talking about populate with random values. We got make previous delays. This is part of remembering what I have just done in case I do a new one and then I decide I don't like it. So if I do a new one and it's no good, we have to put it back to the previous, and that's what this is. It's going read the number, text to int. There's make text fields and delays the same. It's sort of going back and forth. And then we change stuff up, and search 5 is how we go this first, when it's going really fast, and I was able to make it go faster by adding this stuff. You can have Godot just do this for A in range 1 to 6, and that will do the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because that's what the range tells it to be. But if you do that, it's also asking itself, okay, so now it says 3, but am I really sure it's not like a text edit file or one of these controls? Because you can also iterate something like 4A in range of controls, and then it starts thinking about each of those controls in sequence. Because GDScript is capable of doing stuff like that. It's capable of going like, give me a range, but the range is a bank of controls. And it'll iterate over those controls and do stuff around the controls. This is not what we're doing. We're doing stuff around simply numbers. And so I made it run faster after having read about this on the internet, like on Reddit or something, by adding that, which means I am typecasting the number and saying for A colon, oh, by the way, this is an int. And so it knows to only think about ints, and it speeds up a little bit by doing that. And then the int is delays of each of these things. Delays is the bank of, let's see, see how it says delays append and then stuff? Delays is the bank of numbers that go into that, and they're randomized, and the one at number 21 is always 11. And so we're going through and going like, okay, the first 6 of these, we're going to iterate through that. We're going to go like, okay, start with 1, and then we start going through this. Okay, start with 1 and 6. Then start with, we're going to go through and calculate, just look at the very first number here, because it's going to count through all of them in sequence. First all of the E's, and then all the D's, and then all the C's, each time through. So this goes through once, this goes through like 6 times, this goes through like 6 or 5, I guess it would be 5. I got it to work anyhow, so it's like it does the correct thing anyway. I guess it goes 1 through 6, but it doesn't use 6 or something, because it's 6 to 11, so it shouldn't be counting it twice. I've calculated it out before. In fact, we can demonstrate this. That says print debug string DA. So what that's going to do is print a bunch of stuff on the debugger and probably slow everything down a lot, but it's going to print what this variable is each time it goes through this for loop. But it's going to be doing this over and over again at the speed of that flickering number, because it does all this stuff really fast. So it's going to fill the debugging so fast that it has to slow down and stop debugging after a while. But it should show me each of those numbers, so I'll know whether it goes 1 through 5 or 1 through 6 or what it does, and we'll find out about how that works right now. Down at the bottom, where here you can see it, is the debugger. So if we hit search 5, boom. But it's actually showing the end result. So let's quit out of there. That is not actually what I intended to do. That's showing the numbers each time. The numbers are random each time, so I made a mistake. Instead, I want to do print debug string A. And that is A int in range 1 to 6. And I will see now whether it says 6 or whether it only goes 1 through 5. I'm guessing it's going to go 1 through 5. That's actually quite smooth for a first try. And here we have, it is indeed cycling through 1 through 5 in the debugger here, because I told it to print out the number that it's on. So range goes 1 to up to this end number without actually including the end number. And that answers that question. This is how this kind of thing works, is being able to identify what question it is that you're trying to answer and figuring out a way of making it do that. Like, there could be any number of reasons why I'd need to check up on some kind of variable in there. This is the quick way of checking this out. It's investigating this particular thing. What I am thinking is I want to skip that. Here we've got let's go back to search 3. It's a little bit simpler. It'll be the same each way around. See here, search 3, very much the same that we had before, exactly the same in fact, except for that it's only got A, B, and C. So in this case, instead of going 1 through 5, it would go 1, 2, 3, and that's what I would see each time I do it. And then it's doing the same deal, it's doing rotated, and then it's doing it again crossways, because that's the way I'm trying to evaluate what's going on with it. Now once we've done this, we've got this line here. And this line says, if float most, and most is the number that we incremented with this, is larger than previous score, what we're shooting for is most, which is we're diminishing it this way and we're doing this and that with it, and it's being created by this. It's being created by the amount of difference between two different pixels that I get. Like, it's getting this, and then we're doing these various scans to see how different each pixel is from the next. And it's able to do that really quite fast. Blindingly fast, in fact. This program is for Reverb type plugins, but Godot is a game engine. So we're going to close this up. And if most is larger than the previous score, we've got this section which is failure to beat the best, so we're no longer keeping it. So make the text fields previous one. Make this stuff the previous one. And we don't keep the changes that we've made if float most is greater than that. Else, it is a new best. Here's where we start getting into the thing that I want to look into. We've got this thing called make begins array for second layer check. That is just making a list of all of the delay times that we've got, all the numbers that are written into the grid there. It also sorts them because this is capable of sorting them. Once it's done that, we've got this section here, and it's creating a number called most2. And most2 is being compared with previous score as well, so that if it is combining to make something that is not acting like it's actually better than the last one, then we ignore all of that stuff and put everything back. Same thing that we had previously. In fact, it's the same code. I copied it and pasted it over because this is literally the same thing that you do if the first try didn't make it better. This is second search 3 layered. And we blank out the display because otherwise we're starting with what was already drawn in there. It may or may not be a unique endeavor. I'm not sure how other people do this. But part of the idea of coding, indeed doing game programming in a game engine, which we could also start doing, depending upon what I'm doing that day, is thinking of stuff to do, and this is what we're going to try to do now. So, here we've got something that we could speed up. We've got display set pixel, and we've got this thing which is the same thing that we had previously. We've got most2 plus equals most def. We've got the ability to draw stuff onto the output here, or we've got the ability to go to this and then take one of these things, these displays, and draw a number on that. So we can draw most2 on the screen very rapidly and have it just be showing at all times. What we're doing is blanking the display like this, and then we're doing the same thing we did before, int, doing a range, doing the delays, every step of the way except for now we're doing t, and what we had before was a plus b plus c like this. This is t plus all of those things. We're going through it once each time and offsetting it and layering it on top of each other. And then we've got this little detail here which helps it run faster. And that is a ampersand 81, or not an ampersand, percent sign 8192. What that means is it's a modulus function. So if your number goes beyond 8,192, it wraps around to 0 again. And so it'll continue drawing on the picture because the picture is only 8,192 wide. That's enough for most of this stuff. But when you start like overlapping it, you start running out of space. So here's the thing. What makes that picture is this. X in source plus equals brightness. We don't necessarily do anything with this, and then set pixel. In fact, this could be moved to here and it would be the same because we're not using it yet. This here, most space, is doing all of this stuff again and analyzing sort of the overlay, the amount of difference in any one spot from the brightness of adjacent pixels. But that's not necessarily what I'm looking to do now. What I'm looking to do is we've got most 2, and we've made it be 0. We've started it out as 0. What I would like to try to do is make this generated. We've got our cross matrix calculation here as well. Skip all of this, which will make it faster, because I'm skipping all of this stuff. And then most 2 is just going to be adding up all the brightnesses of the pixels. In particular, I'm going to emphasize the brightnesses of the pixels. They will go from, I think, well, I can find out. Firstly, we don't need most diff, we don't need most space. That is just another count. It is int, as you can see. It's going from 1 to window range. There's also this, which is tracking it backwards. It's checking to see if it's gone too far. It's reading a pixel. That reading of a pixel is fine. And x plus most space, so we're scanning forwards and it's doing all of this stuff, and we're going to skip all of it. Delete. Then we're going to skip all of it again. Except for we've got to, boom. Having done this, all this stuff is going to run crazy faster than it previously did, but it doesn't do anything. It does all of this, and then most 2 just kind of sits there. So what we're going to do now is we can reuse any of these variables because they have been used. Like outside the scope of this for, we can use A again. In fact, we've used A here, and then we use it again here. We can use T here, and then use it again here. So Godot GD script wants you to have everything in a particular order. Like it wants you to have the spacing tell the program what bit to go next. So if you do that wrong, it gets confused. And all these 4 things step farther and farther in this direction, but then once you're done, you step back to here, and that means that you're doing this rather than doing something within the 4 calculation. So now we're going to do another 4, and we're going to see what we can get out of it. And then I have to put something in the indented place immediately. So what we're going to do is this. Oh, and I also have to put a colon there. And then it doesn't know what this X is. See, identifier X not declared in the current scope. That's because it started out here, but we're no longer even doing that. Instead, we are just counting the pixels. So T, 0. And it's in 2 different, we're doing 0 and 1. So we're going to do that twice. And we're going to do some math and then we're going to increment most with it, because that's the thing we're going to try to get together, is making it do this thing. We've got this whole thing set up where we can make this number, and the number should be small if it is good, and the number will be larger if it is not as good. And then we are just sort of scaling it back, doing various things with it. And previously it was being produced by another process, and now it's being produced by this. So get pixel, one pixel after the other. It's the 2 pixels we're doing, one for each side. And V is value. It's the brightness, the whiteness of it. One thing I can do is let's have a look at what some of them are, because this will print a whole bunch of them out, or I can just print the one, but 8,000 prints shouldn't be too bad. We're on search 3, so it will print the thing once I hit search 3. Output overflow. Then I quit out of here, and a lot of these values are straight up 0. Display pixel V is 0 a lot of the time. So there's a thought. We're going to figure out what it's doing with that. Or maybe it is making it be an integer. T is an integer. If we tell it to be float, see, it's loading this up, suggesting that it wants to use one of these options. We're only referring to source, so let's now have another look at that and see if it draws us anything else. Looks to me like it's drawn a bunch of zeros again. So the thing is that this is actually working up here. Like if I do that, it is returning a value that is useful. So the display, or are we doing, no, we're doing get pixel. I may be missing a trick here, but one thing I can do, however, is start to do the stuff that I meant to do in the first place. And it's running good and fast because I just speeded it up. And we'll change these to A and B, because why not? Take up less space. And so most 2 plus equals, meaning that we've got this, and then we're going to be adding something to it. And what are we going to be adding? We're going to be adding squared values of these 2 things. Oh, but I should make it be lowercase. So that should be a legit function. That should make this most number go up. So what are we going to do? We're going to grab one of these things. Let's say odds display, duplicate odds display 3 to be odds display 4. There's the previous one. Here's the new one. If we run this, nothing's going to happen to it at all yet. Like search 3, see, stuff is happening here, but this is not doing anything because we haven't incremented about it at all. But there is where we can go forwards with it, because we can display most 2 in that. So let's copy this bit over. Let's display 4 text. We don't have to do it constantly, but we want to do it after it's finished doing its thing, because this information is out there available, and I see that we needed to add float to that elsewhere. So let's try that for this one. This is exactly the same kind of float that I usually don't like in audio values. It shouldn't matter here. But that's what I was missing, which meant that everything was 0, is because everything was less than 1, meaning that all the variables, all the brightness values were lower than 1. If any of them had been higher than 1, it would have showed up as an integer, but we weren't telling it to be a float, so it got read as an integer anyway. That just being, I guess, how that rolls. So now we can see this updating on a pretty regular basis, and it should make this number go up. And it has. Although that looks very suspiciously like the same number, so maybe I need to fix this small bug of having it say most when most 2 was the number I was trying to increase. In fact, I'll tell it to do both. Check this out. We're concatenating stuff. This is in text. Text equals this plus most 2. So now the first thing, and I don't really need to because it's already being shown here, but the first thing is the value that we are checking whether it's going to be higher or lower than the next one along. And then the second one is the one that's the comparison factor. Now let's see what we get from that, because that's going to be a very different number. Or maybe, well, nope, it's not actually showing it because it's not big enough to show it. It would be scrolling off to the other end of the screen. So we're going to quickly amend this. That the area on that is this big. So it was big enough to show the first number, and then the dash, and then the second number is off here somewhere and not being rendered. Although, check it out, we can do, since this is only a temporary thing anyway, we can do this and now it'll show it. See, there you go. And the most number that we're doing as a comparison is actually quite a bit smaller. So one of the things that's happening is the adjustment that I've got for fiddling with it is moving in this direction. And this will be checking to see whether, like, see, now they're fairly similar values. And we're counting like mad to catch up to what it's doing. And this, in theory, what is happening here is we've got it running around, madly trying to come up with new reverb values. It's on the search 3 algorithm. But then as soon as it does one, it also does this quick calculation of layering it on top of each other, and then counts from 1 to 8,000, looking at the entire picture of what's being displayed on the screen. And it's counting up all of the brightness values. And when stuff is brighter, it's being accentuated more. So in theory, and I might need to exaggerate this somewhat, in theory, when there's bright stripes in here, those will count as a high score, meaning that it will be rejected. And the end result should be a more even display. And it'll be less obvious on node 3 here, but why don't I just steal this and tuck it into this place and be done with it for all of these. Rich text label 3. It's going to be the same for this. It's going to be the same for this. Because I made these all match just so I could do this kind of stuff. Because we're going to jump in and change all the other ones along with it. Which means I can take odds display 4 back out now. And I can take it out of the program as well. And it's not there anymore. This one still is, but this one can be kind of smaller. And we'll stretch this guy out so that it will fit. And then we'll see what we got. Does it still do the thing? It's kind of blinking out. It's only showing it very briefly. So there's another place that it's updating. See, you can see it occasionally and then it stops displaying. So where else is this updating? It's rich text label 3. Well, one thing I can do is go and find where that is. So it's displaying float previous score. So that's actually not the best way of doing it, but it will give me a glimpse of what I need to do. I did not anticipate that it would quickly redraw that thing, but it's kind of flashing the information that I need. I could put rich text label 4 back. I'm not really worried about that. I'm okay with like taking this back out. Or maybe I am. Maybe it would be a good idea to... Oh, hello. Is it still there? Oh, it would have been odds display, actually. Okay, so let's not worry about that for the moment. I can set it back up again. We're going to dial back to what I know was working. And I know that float most 2 is the part of the information I'm looking to get. So when we dial this stuff back, we revert to what was there before. Knowing that it will do this thing, and then it assigns it to prev score, and then quickly updates it with what that other information was. So, over to this. We've got this code actually working. We're going to go through, find second search 3, second search 4, and second search 5 layered and do the same thing to them. That being part of what needed to happen. So, don't need most diff, and only set pixel. None of the rest of this applies. And that'll make it run a lot faster. Then remove most diff, and then only set pixel. And the same thing for search 5. It's going to be, let's see. I'm going to make sure I can find what I need here. It looks like we've got a bit of layering here. We've got search 5, but this is not the one that I want to change. This is the one that needs to stay the way it was. The one I'm looking for is in here, and it kind of got a little bit messed up because it ended up being inside something else. Second search 5 layered is the one I need to update, and it's the same deal. Most if goes away. Then I stop at set pixel. And again, most if goes away. In this place, I'm not doing that calculation, which is good because it's a really elaborate calculation. And then I cut off at set pixel. And now here's the thing, we've got this most2 in here, but we can probably replace that stuff real directly, a 1-minute warning for ads, with this. In fact, I'm going to cube it. I'm going to really exaggerate the behavior. Oh, but it shouldn't be capitalized because it will care whether it's capitalized or not. So most2 starts at 0 and it adds this. Now, since these are all less than 1, this is going to tend to make it a really small number. So this might change. That said, all we're doing is doing this 128,192, and any of the brighter pixels cause it to rank as a high score. High score means not good. So it should be the same either way. It's the same display either way. It's just a question of whether it's dense with echoes that are being drawn in more dimly or not. So after the cross matrix calculation, we are back to 4T, and we're going to select all of this stuff, or we're going to try to. Let's see. Godot has been a little bit twitchy in the editor lately with working with this. It sometimes doesn't want to select right. It's a little twitchy, but so it goes with a open source game engine. And we'll put the end region there. And now we're going to tack this in on search 4 and search 5 after this point, which will include this line. This line will revert to what I have here. And this has to be dialed right back again to there. And then these need to be stepped over. We got to do these. Oh, no, I got to step one back. See? 4T, and then it's 4T again. But if I step it back one, it won't be having a problem with it. So we can do this. The problem is going to go away. See, it went away. We're counting these, and now we're counting the range 1 to 8192 and doing the same thing that we did before. And we're doing the same divisor that we did before because maybe the darkness of this is going to be about the same. And this score A times 50 is adjusting with, basically it's tracking to find out whether it is happening, whether it's failing the second check about half the time. Score A is being adjusted depending upon whether it failed or it didn't fail. It starts to become more or less likely. It's chasing the end behavior. And then over to search 5 for the same thing. And again, most2 goes away because we're doing it here. And a little paste. This time it put it in the right place because I didn't tack it on at the end of this here. And most2 is plus A times A times A and also plus B times B times B. those go up to 1, so the smaller they are, the faster they vanish into oblivion. That is something that would also happen in audio programming. And most 2 divided by, and we're going to update that to what we had before. And now we're going to run it and see what we get, because it should be doing something. However, we have not updated this yet, so well, let's first see what it basically does. Among other things, it's running faster, and I like that. And we can see part of what it's doing with this 06 thing. This is the base score that needs to keep getting smaller and smaller. This is chasing whether the double check is kicking into action. And because it's becoming, oh no, it became higher, but then it became smaller again. It will chase the correct amount of adjustment to where about every now and then it'll double check it against that extra thing. And what we're seeing already looks like a smoother output. We're looking at the output of this double check. That's what's being drawn on the screen. I'm tempted to make it flash and cover the first one, but I think this is probably fine. And we're already beginning to see darker colors in there, and it's trying many different options, and it's adjusting it using this number, and it's including that most 2 value, which is done by counting from 0, or actually 1, to just under 8,192, counting all of the colors that we see here, which are shades of gray. And the high colors count as a bad score, whereas uniformly gray colors count as a good score. And as a result of that, we're trying many different options, but we're seeing grayer and grayer outputs. And then if we hit halt, that's not the grayest of outputs, but it might actually count at, let's see what search 4 does. We're going to try a larger reverb. That is bouncing around real quick. I am satisfied with how quickly that's moving. And boy, it's going like a bat out of hell. Awesome. And it's updating this number each time. So it's kind of scaling up and down to try to cover for what would be a good amount, like what typically serves as a double check. The idea is that about half the time it should find that the double check, the just counting how many things are brightly colored and how even and dark the entire screen is. It should be overriding stuff about half the time. And I can adjust that to be differently, but I think that is actually working out pretty well, because most of the time it's just looking for a high score in the immediate calculation, because that runs a lot faster. And it also, the immediate calculation is doing that thing where any given point, it's adding a little value to this, and if it's hit it multiple times, it becomes a brighter and brighter shade of white. But then what it's doing to get most diff is scanning ahead, scanning behind a little bit to sort of check against nearby values, and most diff ends up being how different it is from this whole range. So it's already doing a little bit of, it wants to have nearby values be close to the same color. And then the double check, all that's doing is insisting that it meet a overall value where none of the colors are particularly bright shades of white. They all need to be dark throughout. So it's putting a heavy weight on the calculation and trying to make it so that you don't ever get reinforcement of one value being hit multiple places, because that might well cause metallic ringy sounds in the reverb when the evenness of the output is not truly even. And see, it should be getting smoother and smoother as we go. Then if I do Halt 4, this should be drawing a pretty even looking shade of gray. And sure enough. And we've got a very even scale here. And then one little dot, which is sort of a reinforcement there. And now we're going to try Search 5, which is the one that I do most of my work in. Most of the reverbs are made using Search 5. So we'll fire that up and see what we get and how fast it's working. It's going at an okay speed. I wouldn't call that a really impressive speed, but when it's shifting and recalculating, that's actually not bad. Like the base calculating is not fast, but the overview is still pretty respectable. And we've got it trying very hard not to have any departures from the evenness of gray here. Even at a signal as small as this. Mind you, I can scale that, and maybe it would be a good idea to do it. I think it'll work. It's just a visual issue there. But I can scale it by the number of seats. So if brightness is 0.01, I could have it be 0.036 or 35 or whatever it ends up settling on here, which will make it be somewhat brighter. For now, before I try that, let's hit Halt and enjoy the relative evenness of this shade of gray here, which should be pretty smooth and not have any bright spots. Whereas if I do it very quickly and then just immediately hit, there should be stripes. And we got more stripes. More interactions, and everything is a little brighter colored. Let's see whether I can do that visual thing while I'm at it. I think everything else will compensate for it. So if I was to do that, we have ranges and scalings. Ranges and scalings. Seats are producing some of these things, like window range. I'm actually going to look and see what window range is doing in each of these, because now that we're doing this other thing, we don't really need it to be checking. Yeah, see, window range, square root seats, text int times 4. So it's making a big old number, but I don't think it needs to check over as wide of a range. So what I can do is cut that back each time. Window range becomes 2. That means it's going to be checking a smaller number of things than it had been. It's going to go faster. Let's see how much faster. We're going to do Search 5 again. And we see it accelerating already. So this is good. And it's doing the double check with the evaluation of the overall thing. And that's keeping it on the beam as far as trying to find the lowest possible value. So that's a good sort of belt and suspenders thing. It doesn't actually have to calculate all this painfully complicated stuff out and then try to, in every little sweep through, do a extrapolation of the adjacent pixels as much. It's still doing it, and that is still helping it to some extent. But it doesn't have to struggle with it, and this is making it run faster, and that means I'm going to be able to check more over the course of the run. So if I run it at this fast for a couple of hours, or overnight or for days, I'm much more likely to hit upon a really, really even combination of random numbers in here. So let's see now. We were going to experiment with making it brighter. It's 4:49, so I got about 10 minutes. Let's see how cool we can make this in the last 10 minutes. We got second search layered. Here's where we're going to start applying it is brightness. First search doesn't really need to care about that. Second search, and we've got brightness there. Oh, we could try bumping that to golden ratio. Oh, and we were going to multiply it by a factor of how many seats there were too. So first thing we can do is, well, hang on. No, that's probably fine. I think I need to check through and make sure that I'm just checking to make sure that I've got things in the right order. Brightness 0.618 in both places. That's good. Here we have we'll make these be the same everywhere and run from there. So let's see. Firstly, there's our first brightness, but we have another one. Don't need that to be the same there. Hello. Brightness equals 0.01. Funny, this brightness is much bigger than that. And we're not seeing it either, are we? Is that in fact correct? Well, I can find out by not letting it draw twice. We're at search 5. We're going to not draw over. So this was going to retain whatever that first pass did. Let's see what it does. Oh, that's bright. That is not super wrong, but we don't need to change that. And that is definitely the correct value. Quit out of there. Now, if I do that, it's not going to be flashing that particular look over everything. Instead, it's going to look like this, which is the smoothed out variant, but it's a lot dimmer. And I would kind of like it to be visible. So let's see about adjusting that. Can we use the same brightness value as from there? Or is that just wildly out of scope? Let's find out. We'll give it a try. Let's see what it does. Okay, we don't want that. That was clearly wrong. Oop. It was 001, I think. So what about 00618? Nope, that's super dark. So roughly 10 times as bright as that. Way too bright. Okay. (001) from 006, we're going to get our darkness back. And then we're also going to check on a longer line. It's pretty dim even there. And then we're going to check on a 50-seat arena, which should be much brighter, so we do want it to compensate for the size that it's producing. So where's this seats control here? We got seats 200. So this is the one that we set. This is the one that keeps getting updated. So it's not target seats, but seats that we're going to try to use. And it's going to produce a number in here somewhere. that we can multiply this brightness factor by, and that will give us the even gray over whatever range. The other process can probably take care of itself, but we're going to see whether we can't adjust that to what it needs to be. So ranges and scalings for 5. First thing, let's go and check. We're going to be looking at not target seats, but seats. I think seats gets updated on the fly. And that's going to be the case across each of these. And let's see now. So we've got this going on, and we've got brightness here, and we can directly read edit seats is the number of what that number was. It's around 300 or so. So let's see what we got around. If we directly use that, it's going to be far too bright, but it was about 300. So if I add 2 decimal spaces, 1, 2, we're probably kind of in the zone. Let's see what we got. We're 200. That is a good shade of brightness to use. And it is keeping track pretty well with how big it is versus how small it is. I might do okay with having it be a little bit darker, but it seems to be doing all right. And again, this number updates and sort of tilts it in one direction or another to make it so that about every other time it is finding fault with the second evaluation. Hey Focomas, I'm just finishing up work on Into the Matrix, the reverb generator. Let's do something crazy and try to make it do 20 seats in a 5x5 matrix. That, I think, is going to be a good result. Look at that. Look at that. It's generating a whole bunch of different options and has roughly the amount, it's an amount of brightness where it can shift, but it's going to be about the same amount of brightness whether it's slightly smaller or slightly bigger. I've asked it to be 20 seats. It's averaging out to be about 20 seats. And it's trying its damnedest to make this be a uniform shade of gray without any stripes in it. And it's doing, I must say, a pretty good job. So the thing is, you get it to this point, and then you start up about 8 versions of this program, all simultaneously, and you run them all night long at this fast. Look at how fast that's going. That's many times faster than I was able to do before. And by the time you're finished, you wind up with an incredibly smooth combination of sounds like this, where the smoothness of the reverb is like, that is just a continuous line. And that should sound like the Bracastis. And if you were talking about K Cathedral, let's have a little look at about 900 seats. Insert 5. And these were more or less what K Cathedral would look like if you calculated it out. And I'm doing my level best to try to blow way past what I was able to do with K Cathedral. Doing this with it. And that's what we were doing today, is adjusting the code, reprogramming it while you watched in the last hour and a half of stream. And in so doing, it is comparing both the initial comparison of these little, like, it would keep a track for whether this bright line is right next to a dark line. 1 minute warning on advertisements for people who are experiencing those. And what I have just done is gone through, made it so that it's drawing essentially a uniform gray to white color, and then it's counting up all of the white colors and double checking to try to get what we see here, a more uniform shade of gray across the entire thing. It's less interested in whether there are little details. It's more interested in whether it's a uniform gray wash, because that's most likely going to produce less in the way of sort of artifacts. And this is two lines going across each other. So part of this is the left channel and part of this is the right channel. You can see that there's a dip here. And yeah, so this is me working on having less of that metallic texture. I'm not going to have time on stream today to demonstrate it, but we started out with listening to some of the most recent things. Time, I think, to figure out some of the delay lengths that I want to do, and then sort of fire this up and get it going over a really extended period of time. Just leave it running as fast as this, because it's going as fast as it can, all night long, hours, days. And with a bit of luck, it will find something that is less metallic. And I'm excited about that too. That should be pretty cool. If I can make it work, and it's worth trying to make it work. And while I've only run this for a couple of minutes or so, if I hit halt, this may already be a reverb algorithm, a set of constants in here that are smoother and less metallic with softer high end than K Cathedral. Although granted, the way that I'm doing it is like the high end is going to be bright until I filter it. So part of this is also going to be finding other ways of filtering it. And that is I have one more change to make. This rendering is very dim. I should update Search 5 to do the same thing. In fact, I should update all of these to include edit seats. Let's do that. So and it was roughly 2 orders of magnitude. And then that's going to be the same thing. Begins there, second search. Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do with it. And then halt also needs this same thing. It's only drawing it once, but bright is what's going to do that. So here's our code. I don't know if we have edit seats in here, though. Maybe we do. Let's see. I don't think I do have edit seats, but I do have stuff based on that. So room size. We're looking at halt 5. Let's see how far off it is, where the room size averages out at being 200, 800, should be about the same shade. Yep. Meaning I can just scale it up a little bit, like 2. Give that a try. Let's make it 3. Why not? It's purely display at this stage. So I just want to see more clearly what's going on with it. 3. Hit halt. Yeah, that's nice. I can see that quite clearly. And then we do a 20 sized seat. Very small there. And again, I like the color of that. And then a 2000 to see what it'll do. Maybe it'll crash. No, but it's definitely off the side of the screen. And then halt. And that's about the same shade. So working on getting this so that it gives me legitimate results in a way that I can use and I can interpret the display properly. So having done that, let's go back in and do 4 and 3 for halt. I remember I had to double it, so let's double it. Actually, hang on. Let's make it go straight to 1, because that was rendering bright anyway. And now let's try it on all of these different calculations. First at 200. That's the shade of bright. That is, it's spread out. Good, good. That's far too bright, but it's kind of consistent. So we want that to dial back. Oh God, yes, we want that to dial back. And 3 is, I can live with that. And then halt is a little bit on the bright side, honestly. So let's fiddle with these things real quick. We're in halt, so, and then search is okay, but search on this was strikingly exaggerated. So let's dial that right back. We'll see what it does on 1. Okay, that's much better. And that's good. That's a little on the bright side, but I don't think that's too far off. Yeah, I want the lines not to be bright, stark, glaring white, because that means I'm clipping off the top end of it, whereas now it's not, and we see that it's kind of drawing white lines in there, but this is the display part. And again, if I dial it back to, say, 20, search is drawing it without clipping the highs, clipping the whites, and it's able to draw it. Search 4 is also doing likewise. You see the sort of striations there, and we want to minimize that. And then if you see that drawn with halt, you also see striations there. And then 3, that's actually a nice dark shade, and sure enough, I think we have a winner. We are done with this, and what I'm going to do is not go into project settings. That was the wrong button to push. Didn't hurt anything, but it was the wrong button to push. And export as macOS runnable. Export the project, and I don't need to export with debug. And we're drawing it on the desktop, and I'm making the program that I'm going to option drag to copy instances of the app. And that's how it's done. So on that note, I'm done for the day. I'll see you again on Thursday, where maybe we'll just do a bunch of, I mean, it's getting on towards the end of the year. It's between Christmas and New Year's. We could just play a bunch of Minecraft, but I enjoy jumping into this kind of stuff as well. And as you can see, I can get charged up about it, and it came out well. It came out well. So I'll talk to you folks later. I'm going to go off and have tacos now. Bye-bye.